1st is not too soon.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. See you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
Okay, folks, coming up in just a moment, I'm live right here at the Aspen Economic Strategy Group meeting, and next we're going to be joined by the group's director about the problems being tackled right here and where the economy really is. We're going to discuss it. And then later, former Treasury Secretaries Tim Geithner and Hank Paulson are going to be here. We're going to discuss the economy. That interview is going to come up right after we speak with President Trump. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reshaping financial planning around the most personal data point possible, your lifespan. But it's more than just insight, it's control. As a technology-driven asset manager, we empower investors with an integrated system to take command of what matters most, your time, your future, your financial destiny. This is a new era of investing. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
At Bob's, furniture heroes like Michael train our associates to help you find your dream furniture, like the Playdate with hidden storage, pop-up sleeper, and USB ports without being pushy or salesy. Because we're here to help, not sell.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
We're Public Rec. For guys who don't do fussy or fashiony, stretchy, breathable, and built to fit. It's a cheat code for looking good, minus the effort. Stay you. We'll keep you comfortable while you do it.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high-yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim.
Order filled.
Trax, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news.
Order
Watch
submitted.
live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Order submitted.
We are live this morning in Aspen at the Aspen Economic Strategy Group, and joining us right now is the group's director, Melissa Carney. She has been the director for 7 years. Thank you for waking up early this morning. No bears just yet. We were looking for bears because it's a little dark here. She's also a professor of economics at the University of Notre Dame. Here's where I want to start the conversation, because this is an evidence-based group. There's a lot of economists here, former Treasury secretaries, all trying to figure out what's going on. So let's go to the BLS and the data and what you think of the decision last week, how much you think it matters. The market, by the way, probably is not saying that it matters.
I think it's hugely important, incredibly worrisome. I know this administration has broken a lot of norms. This one does so in a particular way that I think is really dangerous for the economy, for those of us who believe in evidence-based policy making. The idea that the president demanded the dismissal of a technocrat, the head of an agency, because he didn't like the official government statistics coming out of that agency is something I never would have expected to see from the United States. I mean, businesses, investors, policymakers, we depend on data that we understand is produced by an objective, non-political process. And to threaten that, is really unprecedented in this country, in modern democracies, and is really deeply worrisome to me.
So we're going to be talking to the president in literally, I think, about 40 minutes from now.
Yeah.
What would you want to know about that decision? Because he did say he did say that he believes that these numbers are rigged, but he also believes that the numbers are wrong, and that BLS has done a poor job of modernizing its systems, and that we've had this sort of consistent set of revisions. That's what he said publicly, and I'm curious. Talking about the credibility of the BLS, putting the political piece aside, do you think that they need to do something differently than they're doing today?
It is an incredibly intensive process with a lot of different people. This is not like one hand-picked person picking numbers. This is a really, really in-depth process. The revisions, this is something that has always happened because numbers come in, they're incomplete. We put out preliminary data. I would be happy to be proven wrong, and I would be happy for President Trump to surprise us all and said he actually looked at the process and has a better way for the BLS to do revisions. I don't think that's what's going on here. It seems pretty clear he didn't like the numbers. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen when job numbers are good and he says, hey, my economy's working, and everybody thinks, but you just put in a political person. And so
well, that was my question. We've been talking, we talked to Mick Mulvaney and a whole bunch of people yesterday. Is there a person that you think that you could install in that role that would create a semblance of credibility from a political perspective, putting aside whether you think that the revisions are this or that or the system is right?
Yeah, I mean, the BLS commissioner is fundamentally a technocrat. There's lots of really, you know, data, like serious people about who focus a lot on data measurement, on measurement of the economy. I'm not sure who would who adheres to that role and process and would be willing to take a job that is now being politicized.
In terms of your own work and measurement of the economy today, where do you think we really are? And where do you think we are relative to the way the markets think we are? Real economy.
Look, wage growth has been strong for many years. I mean, there's a lot of good things. Household income has been growing for many years, including among households at the bottom. The economy's been, in my view, remarkably resistant to all of these shocks. We came out of the pandemic resistant. It's been remarkably resistant to the imposition of tariffs. I mean, I can't help but always worry that it's like, okay, well, now we're going to start to see weaknesses. I'm impressed by the resilience. Having said that, there are real issues that frustrate millions of Americans in their daily lives. We see that in the data, too. We know that millions of Americans are burdened by rising and high healthcare costs, housing costs. So despite the strengths and resilience of the economy, there are real domestic pressures on American households that we as a country and we'll be talking about in this group that we actually need to make progress on.
Well, let me ask you a question about that, because one of the big conversations here is how do you deal with poverty? How do you deal with all of the issues in this country? However, it also has to, I mean, there's a big budget question, which is that our budget is too big. And so how do you do both at one time? By the way, the president's now talking just on Sunday about this idea of creating a dividend from the tariffs for lower and maybe middle income people. I don't know where you would sit with that.
Look, the tariffs are a source of revenue, and we need more revenue because we have a spending issue. Congress just passed a major piece of domestic legislation that adds $3 to $4 trillion in debt, $3 to $4 trillion over the next 10 years, depending on the estimate you want to use. The tariffs will offset some of these increased costs. They're not bringing down costs. The massive cuts in spending in the bill keep the incremental increase to the debt from getting even bigger, but it doesn't bring down the debt. We do have spending priorities, things I think we need to be spending more money on. It's really hard when nobody really wants to cut things. Now, having said that, I want to acknowledge that this bill does cut billions of dollars from Medicaid, from SNAP, from really important spending programs, did that to offset the cost of extended tax cuts. Again, at this meeting, this is a good time to actually look at this bill, the spending, and say, how do we really need to rebalance this to push forward our domestic spending priorities?
Okay, final question. We saw Larry Summers and Tim Geithner last night at dinner. What do you think the big question here that everybody would want to ask the president?
Are you really going to move forward with all these wide-based tariffs? Are you concerned what would bring them back? What are you going to do to restore trust in Americans' institutions, the Fed, the CBO, the BLS, if you're constantly attacking them?
Okay. Melissa, thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Becky, back to you.
All right, Andrew, thank you. When we come back, earnings season in full swing. We're going to run through some of this morning's movers. That's coming up next. And don't go anywhere. President Trump will be calling in at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box will be right back.
Work, errands, chores, they follow you home. But the moment you feel the unmatched comfort of a Lazy Boy recliner, you go from zero to lazy. The work, lost in cushions that don't quit. The errands, forgotten with every recline. The chores, fading away in comfort that fits you so right. Come get the comfort you deserve at Lazy Boy. Go zero to lazy with full body comfort fully made for you. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made these $15 bills. You know, it's green, Mint saves you money, maybe my face is on it, maybe the back of my head as well. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial here, and now I have a lot of counterfeit money to burn.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Popeyes is getting saucy. New chicken dippers starring Popeye's signature sauce. Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan, Alana Glazer, Roy Wood Jr., and Krista Stefano are not funny.
What?
They're hilarious.
You know it's not a good joke when you have to explain it.
Brand new stand-up specials, now streaming.
Marriott just out with quarterly results, $2.65 a share, 3 cents above estimates. Revenue of $6.7 billion was also higher than expectations, and the company sees full-year earnings in a range of $9.85 to $10.03 a share. Estimates are at $10.03. Hotel company also cutting its forecast for the key metric of RevPAR, revenue per available room, to flat versus the prior year. So nothing, I mean, it's a $260 stock and not much is going on if it's trading right now.
Yum Brands reporting earnings of $1.44 a share. That was 2 cents below expectations. Revenue of $1.9 billion was roughly in line with expectations. Global same-store sales were up 2% for the quarter. That compares to estimates of up by 2.3%, and that stock right now down by about 1.1%. And then you have shares of Hims and Hers Health plunging down by about 12.6% this morning. The company reported earnings of 17 cents a share, beating estimates by 2 cents, but revenue of $549 million missed estimates of just $552 million. It's not a huge miss there. Current quarter earnings guidance, though, came in below expectations. Notably, during the quarter, the stock was down by more than 30% in June after a short-lived collaboration with Novo Nordisk fell apart. Joe?
Coming up, Disney shares up nearly 30% over the last 3 months after a dip in the first quarter. The media giant set to report before the opening bell tomorrow. We'll tell you what to expect. That's next. And later, don't miss our interview with President Donald Trump. He'll join us at 8 a.m. Eastern for a conversation about trade, the economy, pressure on Fed Chair Jay Powell, the BLS numbers, and anything else we can come up with.
To have gold coins in my possession, that hard asset is insurance, you might say, against the paper dollar. It's not for my insurance, but it's for my daughter's and the grandchildren's insurance. Whereas keeping a lot of cash in your bank account can really almost end up being nothing. You have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash, and you don't have to put everything in the stock market, and you don't have to put it all in a bond market. You do a little bit of everything. In fact, I sleep better with gold than I do with the stock market because it's tangible, it's there.
If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, pick up the phone and call to receive the complete guide to buying gold, which will provide you with important, never-seen-before facts you should know about making gold, silver, and platinum purchases.
Call now to also receive our new 2025 Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You can also receive a copy of our new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. U.S. Money Reserve can walk you through the 3 simple steps of transferring your existing 401k or IRA into a precious metals IRA backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. Pick up the phone and call U.S. Money Reserve, America's gold authority, right now to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transferring your existing 401k, 403b, and traditional IRA. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
Weeknights.
This may mark a whole new phase of the bull market, the phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that thing was a one-and-done bout of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
Disney earnings are due tomorrow morning. Join us now with what to expect is Tom Rogers, Clegrid Executive Chairman, and a CNBC contributor. He was also just named senior advisor to Versant, which is soon to be CNBC's parent company. Congrats.
Great to be on the same team with you guys.
Yes, again.
Again.
Yes, renewing our oh my God. We were just kidding. No wonder you're a senior advisor. We've been in a relationship for 30, 40 years?
Well, we launched CNBC 36 years ago.
36 years.
It's good to be back.
What is Disney? What are people going to key on? What are you watching for? Because you watch it so closely.
Well, I think number 1 on the list would be ESPN as a streaming service, and a lot of speculation that they are going to announce their acquisition of the NFL Network and Red Zone. Something that's been speculated about a long time, and with the coming launch of ESPN streaming very shortly, would expect that to be the centerpiece of what they announce. You know, for the cable industry, that was always the big nightmare. Uh-oh, if ESPN goes streaming, there goes the cable bundle. I think it's a less scary event. Most analysts project ESPN as a streaming service probably only have 2 or 3 million subscribers by the end of the year. Obviously, if they have if they do announce the NFL Network, that's not going to be a closed deal by the time football season starts. But maybe they'll have some kind of interim agreement for that to be part of the ESPN streaming service, and that could certainly boost their subs, particularly with Red Zone and younger demographics.
Disney's done well paying up for things. They got to be paying up for this, I would imagine.
Well, it sounds as if it's more of an equity deal where the NFL will get 10% of the.
But what would be valued
that
at?
Seems expensive.
Must be the peak. Must be. It's always the peak though, until the next peak with the NFL.
I got to believe the NFL believes that this will be a big boost to ESPN, so they're getting in at a point before that value is realized. We'll see. Obviously, linear cable is, for the most part, not increasing in value. But the ESPN has consolidated a lot of its sports rights. And I think where Disney will probably most benefit from this, in my mind, is now that the Comcast-Hulu agreement has been struck and Disney owns 100% of Hulu, launching ESPN. If they really go about integrating Disney Plus, Hulu, and the ESPN streaming service into the full spectrum of family viewing, from sports to adult entertainment to kids' fare, put it all together, integrate it well. They look like they're going to price Hulu and Disney Plus at only $6 more than buying ESPN streaming on its own. And as a family package, that could be pretty attractive. So Disney Plus has been stalled some in terms of subs. Maybe this drives some.
Does that make you think that Disney is the surest contender to fight Netflix for the title?
Well, it certainly, in terms of total viewing as a company, where YouTube has taken the mantle of total television time, Disney's there, number 2. The last month's viewing share numbers, Netflix came in number 3. I think as overall in terms of streaming, certainly among the legacy companies, Disney's next on the list. It's had a hard time with ad revenue, though. The Hulu and Disney Plus together have more ad revenue than any other of the streaming services. But last quarter, its ad revenue in streaming was down. And interestingly, even though 2/3 of new subs are signing up for the Disney Plus ad tier, it is odd to me that ad revenue per sub on the streaming side has been declining for both Hulu and Disney Plus. So they need a catalyst there, and maybe the integration with ESPN, if they can really get a family package going, can catalyze that.
I think Andrew wants a question.
Hey,
Andrew.
Tom, I was curious. Tom, I was curious whether you think that there's just a bubble in sports right now, in terms of sports and television, and long term, whether the ratings are ultimately going to hold up the way some of these numbers would need to hold up.
Well, that's a great question, Andrew, because certainly we've seen outside of the United States sports rights begin to decline some. In the U.S., that hasn't been the case. Certainly, when it comes to the NFL, it still takes the overwhelming number of top spots on terms of ratings. And Disney last quarter said they were seeing a 20% surge in sports advertising. I think from everything we can tell so far when it comes to the premier sports, ratings do seem to be holding up relative to values here. We're going to get some kind of NFL renegotiation with Paramount changing hands, and that change of control driving the right for the NFL to restrike a deal with Paramount. So we're going to get a snapshot there, and some speculation that that may move a bunch of the NFL rights negotiations forward a few years in order to have some kind of extension, so we may get a further view from those negotiations. But so far, ratings seem to justify. It's the only thing in linear television that really is driving ratings.
What are you going to tell Mark Lazarus?
How are we going to make Squawk Box the #1 show in America?
Well, that'll be easy. But I guess my point was, are we going from, if we're going from a cable bundle to a streaming bundle, it's still about content, I guess. What Versant is going to be, at least initially, is a cable bundle. What does the future look like for I mean, this is another tough question, but for everyone. And what would you tell? Is Versant going to be acquisitive? Is it going to be a seller? What would you advise the company? Are you still thinking about it?
Well, there are many avenues of potential growth. I think the overall is, look, the cable bundle is going to be here, and sports actually is something that looks like it is the main attraction still within the cable bundle. Charter, lead cable operator, has done something very interesting in giving most of the major streaming services for free inside the cable linear bundle, for essentially the same price you pay for cable channels getting the streaming service.
Order filled.
Order submitted. To slow
Order
the
canceled.
decline
Order submitted.
of the people taking the cable bundle. In fact, 3 months in a row now, we've seen decline in the rate of people coming off the cable bundle. But I think all cable channels are going to have to find ways to extend beyond linear cable, take their franchises and be able to grow beyond the confines of the linear cable world. And I think Versant, having the ability to take its still very substantial revenue and profitability to grow beyond the confines of the linear cable world is in a great position to do that.
It seems like we obsess about pipes.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order canceled. Order
About
filled.
the content. I mean, I
Order
guess
filled.
it's overused. Content is king again and again and again. But it's really what it is. Why do we care how we get it? It's just we want to get it.
Part of
one
the
way or
problem
another.
is the agreements that have been signed.
They're already there.
You know, you make an interesting point, because with all the increase in streaming programming over the last several years, when you compare average television viewing from 2010 to 2025, it's only grown about 1%. And what that basically tells you is you got to get more revenue per show. Meaning advertising as a revenue stream has come back into the fore as something everybody's got to drive. Streaming's doing pretty well relative to when we started cable. 38% of viewing, and you take out YouTube, it's getting about 30% of the ad revenue. So obviously the streaming world is doing well in that regard, but overall viewing has not increased very much.
Tom Rogers, senior advisor. Won't actually report to you yet, do I? Is that in the cards again? Maybe not. You can think about that.
All right.
Yes, you do. How about that?
We're colleagues. How about colleagues?
All right.
Senior colleagues.
No, he's senior to you.
Yeah, he is. Well, yeah, we just talked about that. By many, many years.
Obviously. Great to be on the team.
Thank you. Yeah, good to have you. Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
Andrew.
Great to see you.
Thank you, Joe, and it is great to have Tom back on the team. Coming up in just a moment, a huge lineup still ahead. Yes, President Trump is going to be joining us right here, 8 a.m., for a wide-ranging conversation. You do not want to miss this. And then we're going to get some reaction from two former Treasury Secretaries. Tim Geithner and Hank Paulson are going to be here live from the Aspen Economic Strategy Group meeting. Do not go anywhere. Squawk Box is coming right back.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reframing the very nature of financial planning around the most personal data point possible. your lifespan. Because Abacus is the originator, the market maker. We're not just participating in the space, we're reshaping it. As a technology-driven asset manager, we're empowering our investors with an integrated system to take command of what matters most. Your time, your future, your financial destiny. While legacy firms cling to static models and outdated assumptions, we move forward with precision, agility, and a vision rooted in reality, your reality. This isn't finance as usual. This is control in the hands of those who dare to lead. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking to help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
At Ford, 80% of the vehicles we sell in America are assembled in America.
What would happen if other car companies did the same?
If they were like us, you'd have up to 15 new plants.
Right here in America.
Nobody's committed to America like Ford is.
And who benefits from that? You do.
Now get 4.9% financing for 72 months plus $3,250 total cash on F-150. See your best in Texas Ford dealer.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
Still to come this morning, Mercado Libre, described as the Amazon of South America. It's Latin America's largest company by market value. That stock down 6% after the company came in with disappointing earnings yesterday. The company's CFO will join us to talk earnings, tariffs, and much more. We are also just moments away from our interview with President Donald Trump. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, or on it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job, health, and relationships. A powerful medication helped me take back control. Now I no longer feel the urge to drink, and the same pill that helped me could help you. Text TV to 710-710 to learn more.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited university that has transformed adult lives for more than 75 years. You're not waiting to win. You're ready to succeed again at umgc.edu.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance.
John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Welcome back, everybody. Mercado Libre is Latin America's largest company by market value. The e-commerce giant reported earnings that missed estimates. Revenue growth of 34% did beat expectations, but the earnings of $10.31 came in below the $11.93 the street was expecting. Joining us right now to talk more about it is the company's CFO, Martin de los Santos. And, sir, thank you for being with us this morning. Let's talk a little bit about the stock's reaction. It's down 6%. After the earnings were a little disappointing. I know margins were cut into a bit. What happened?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We are very excited about the results that we've seen in Q2. As you mentioned, revenue is growing 34% year on year. We continue to expand both our e-commerce platform as well as our fintech ecosystem, where we see a tremendous opportunity in Latin America. Number of users continues to grow, 25% in commerce, 30% growth in fintech. Our credit book doubling year on year. GMV, which is a volume transacted on our platform, growing 30% in Mexico and Brazil, our largest markets. So very excited about the results. This was a quarter of investment. In order to capture this large opportunity that we have ahead of us, we need to continue investing for the long term. We opened 2 new fulfillment centers this quarter, adding to the more than 30 fulfillment centers that we have in the region. We have the largest and more sophisticated fulfillment infrastructure in Latin America. We also invested in offering free shipping to our users in Brazil. We lowered the threshold by which we offer free shipping to $4. I mean, it came from 79 reais to 19 reais, which is roughly $4. So that's a bold step in terms of eliminating friction for people buying online. And we also continue to invest in the credit card. So I think probably in the short term that put a little pressure on margins, but we are sure, and we have proven over the past several years, that those investments in the long term pay off in order for us to make sure that we do not miss the large opportunities that we have ahead of us.
Yeah, Martin, you may be excited about it, but obviously the street's not when it's selling down by 6%. These investments that you're talking about, like the free shipping, like the seller discounts, how long do you plan to continue offering those?
Well, free shipping, which was probably the biggest announcement that we made this quarter, is something that we have been doing for the past 10 years or so. When we started offering free shipping, the threshold was roughly 120 reais, then we lowered it to 79 reais, and now we lowered it again to 20 reais. And we have proven over time that that's the best way to continue bringing people online, because one of the main frictions for people is shipping costs. And again, when you look at the longer perspective, in Latin America, penetration of e-commerce is less than 15%. Compared to 20, 30, or 40% in Asia, Europe, or more developed countries. So we have a large opportunity to continue to bring people online, and that's what we try to make sure that we do not miss. And for that, we need to invest in logistics, continue to expand a logistic infrastructure that enables us to offer, for instance, more than 70% of packages within 2 days in any place in Latin America. We need to expand our payment solutions in the regions where finances are very much under-penetrated in Latin America. So we are confident that those investments, as they have done in the past, will continue to help us drive growth as we have done it systematically over the past several years.
Yeah, you're often called the Amazon of Latin America, and those are the types of things that Amazon did early on to try and win over, not just win over shoppers, but also expanding their fulfillment centers along those lines. Your stock is up about 26% year to date. That's a big outperformance of the S&P 500. But there have been questions more recently. In July, the stock was down, and that was in part because of questions about tariffs. When President Trump announced that there would be a 50% U.S. tariff on goods out of Brazil, that's your biggest overall market. What do the tariffs mean for you?
Yeah, we keep in mind that all of the things that we sell are sold within Latin America. We do not sell anything in the U.S.
But there could be concerns about the economy suffering there as a result, and maybe that in turn hurting your sales.
Yeah, it could be. There could be secondary effects that it's too early to tell. But what we have seen over the past 25 years, where we operate in Latin America in 19 different countries, and we've seen all kinds of ups and downs with macro. We have seen that for the results of our company, it's a lot more important what we do in terms of investing in our product, improving the logistics, improving the user experience, bringing more assortment to our platform. It's a lot more important than macro. I mean, the secular trend of people moving online is so strong that if macro is 1% up or down, or inflation is a little bit higher or lower, we have proven over time that our performance is a lot more important than execution within our platform. So our destiny is on our hands, really.
In terms of what you're dealing with, aside from the macro, competitor irrationality has been mentioned, social commerce disruption. Those are some of the things that have been mentioned. How do you handle those issues?
We operate in a very competitive market. We think that, for instance, Brazil is probably one of the most competitive markets in the world in terms of e-commerce. We competed with the local retailers, international players from the US, now the Asian players. Again, the competition has made us better. We continue to improve our user experience. And again, we competed very strongly with our competitors. Some of them might have been rational, not at this time. I think there's more rationality in the way we compete, which is a good thing for the market. And as you can see, the results are there. We're growing in Brazil, for instance. We're growing GMV, which is the volume transacted, by 30% year on year. And we continue to gain market share despite our leading position in that market.
Martin de los Santos, sir, thank you for being with us. Mercado Libre's CFO, we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being here.
All right, folks, it is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin, who is at the Aspen Economic Strategy Group meeting. Former Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson and former Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner will be joining us from there in just a little bit. In the meantime, take a look at the futures this morning. They are in the green after a big day of gains for the markets yesterday. Right now, the Dow futures are indicated up by just over 50 points. You've got the S&P futures up by about 15 and the NASDAQ indicated up by 80. The NASDAQ yesterday up by 2%. We will be getting international trade deficit data. That's due in just about 30 minutes. Ahead of that, we've been watching the Treasuries, and you can see right now the 10-year's at 422, the 2-year at 370.
And now to the guests that we've been talking about all morning. President Donald Trump. Mr. President, welcome. Thanks for calling in. Wish you could be here in person, but we'll do this.
Good morning, Joe.
We've been talking about the BLS and the employment numbers all morning long. Sometimes I know you get a chance to tune in. I want to bring up a chart. I hope you can see it, or else I'll describe it to you. This is the response rate over the last 10, 12 years. For the BLS, the household survey. It's dropped from 90% or so on time down to 60 and sometimes even lower. It's arguably the most important number we get about the economy. Yesterday, we had Wharton Professor Jeremy Siegel on. Just bear with me, Mr. President, and listen to this. I know you're familiar with Wharton, but unsolicited, this is what Jeremy Siegel said yesterday about the numbers.
I'm not going to let the BLS off the hook. I mean, you talk about how to fix it. Make these questionnaires mandatory and give them a time limit to fill it out. I think the response rate's down to 60%. I mean, that's unacceptable for the most important statistic that we have. It's almost like we're sending them out, fill it out when you can. We know you like to go to the beach in the summer, so it might be a little bit late. This is just not acceptable today. We need that response rate has to go up. And when you make the biggest mistake in 50 years, why? Why wasn't there an explanation?
It's 258,000 less in 2 months. That was the biggest revision since 1968, Mr. President. So we're in the internet age. We still can't get any instant data. We're still using snail mail to get the responses back. It is the government, after all. Antiquated, no doubt, and certainly suboptimal, but rigged? Where do you get the notion that it's rigged, or do you have any evidence there?
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything, all right? Won all the counties. It's I think 87% of the counties were Republican up. That's never happened before. And yet I had to go through hell. And just days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire. It was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. You remember that? And I said, I said, what would have happened? What would have happened if I lost? Think of it. I would have said, they gave phony numbers, and then they revised them a week and a half later.
Those were benchmark numbers, though, Mr. President. That happens. They do that. They do that twice a year, and it reconciles the monthly figures with, like, the overall numbers. And it was a big number, and obviously
the numbers were rigged. The numbers were rigged. Biden wasn't doing well. He was doing poorly. They announced these phenomenal numbers 2 days before the election. And a little bit before that, always these great numbers, and you knew it wasn't doing well. You knew prices were through the roof and inflation was terrible. The whole thing was bad. But think of it. Then they did the biggest revision, I think, in history of almost 900,000 jobs. And it turned out to be more than that because later on they did another revision. And so they gave phony numbers in order to win the election. After I won the election, I said too big to rig. But after I won the election, then they announced a downward number, in other words, to bring them back to reality. And I said, wow, supposing I would have lost, I would have blamed that, and people would have said I was a conspiracy theorist. It's crazy.
Elaine Chao was on yesterday, and I know, she was, I think she was Labor Secretary for 8 years under Bush II, and she was your Transportation Secretary as well. And she said, the commissioner doesn't really even get involved with the actual minutia of putting all these things together. And there's no way that it could have been, that she could have chosen to rig these numbers to make them look bad. And these are statistical changes based on this antiquated system, and it's just a big leap to go to rigged. And then it also, Mr. President, it makes anyone you pick is going to be, critics are going to say, hey, he's picking a guy that's going to give him or a gal that's giving him the numbers that he wants. So it undermines confidence in the system to some extent. You had, according to many people, all the rights in the world to try to replace a commissioner when it's hasn't gotten any better. But that is maybe a bridge too far, according to most people.
Well, I think when somebody says the commissioner is not involved, I don't want to get into any arguments with anybody. Why should I? She's a very nice woman.
Exactly.
But when they say that that nobody was involved, that it wasn't political, give me a break. Look, before the election, I had this massive outflow of beauty for Biden. I mean, he didn't know he was alive. And for Biden, the economy was roaring. It was a beautiful thing. And I said, there's no way this is happening. It's going the opposite direction. And 2 weeks later, they said I was right. But even if you look at the original, the ones from the other day, the numbers were very timid. And then they announced something that made them even more timid on top of it. On sort of a reporting day, I don't know why, it just seemed a little bit more important than most times when they announced these numbers.
We talked earlier that the unemployment rate is still low. It's 4.2%.
It's fine. I'm not saying earth-shattering. I will say this. The numbers before the election were earth-shattering. I'm not saying these were earth-shattering. But then they announced a couple of 100,000 to make it look a little bit worse from, months before. I said, where did those numbers come from? So
for as much as you want to,
it's a highly political situation. It's totally rigged. Smart people know it. People with common sense know it. And a lot of people like to keep their head under the covers. And
let's move on to this. Which number do you believe at this point? Because if you noticed, suddenly the chances of what you've wanted for months and argued for months, the chances of a rate cut soared because of these numbers. Do you not believe the current numbers because they're playing right into what you want the Fed and Jay Powell to do? They're not horrible, as you said, but perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want based on these numbers. Which ones do you believe? Do you not believe the revised numbers? either?
It's not what I want. I don't want that. I wanted it a year ago. I wanted it a long time ago. Jay Powell is highly political, and I think, I call him too late. Jerome, too late. Powell, he's too late. He's too late always. He always has been, except when it came to lowering interest rates before the election. That he did. He worked that out.
Who would you replace him with? I know you watch the show occasionally, and we had an extended interview with one of the prospective replacements, Kevin Warsh. Were you watching that day, or?
I was. He's very good. He's very good. He's very good. Sometimes they're all very good until you put them in there, and then they don't do so good. But a lot of them, I think he's a very good guy. I think I say Kevin and Kevin. Both Kevins are very good. And there are other people that are very good, too. But,
Kevin's like Karens. I don't know if that's good.
A lot of times, they're very good. Like this character that we have in there now, Jerome Too Late Powell, he was very good. He said, "Sir, I'll keep interest rates so low. I'm a low interest rate person, sir." You could hardly hear him talking over the desk.
Is Warsh
somebody that worked for him, he was a big fan of his, not a fan of his, he hardly knew him, but he wanted him so badly. I did somebody a favor. I put him in there. No, he's too late. He's too late. That name will stick to him.
Can you handicap it at all? Who you're, or you won't know? When will you know? And when will you announce it?
I think the two Kevins are doing well, and I have two other people that are doing well. Look, it's in the end there are numerous people that are qualified. Everyone on your phone right now, in terms of at your beautiful studio, would be very qualified, in my opinion. You guys are better than most of the people that do it for a living. But I watched a lot, actually. No, I think that it'll be one of four people.
Are the other
I'm going to make the decision soon. And don't forget, we have somebody that left early, which was a pleasant surprise. We have a woman that left early. She announced 2 days ago that she's leaving, and I'm going to be announcing that very shortly, too. That will be, most likely it'll be for the 4 months, for the short period of time. But a lot of people say that when you do that, why don't you just pick the person who's going to head up the Fed? That's a possibility. We made the greatest trade deals in the history of our country. We had to because we were being ripped off by the world. It's not like we had a choice. If we would have gotten these trade deals, if you would have had a normal president that would have just continued to allow every country in the world to rip you off, we would not have a country anymore. Your show would be off the air. There'd be nothing to look at. It would be a disaster. We were in such bad shape when I took over. Eggs had tripled in price. More than that. Everything was up, and prices are down, and it bugged me. I looked at CNN the other night, which is a failing deal. It's got no ratings, and I'm probably the only guy watching. And I watched these guys talking about, well, with Trump, prices are up. No, prices are down since I came in. Down. All prices just about, except for the price of stock. The price of stock is way up, okay? But prices are down. And if you look at energy, I'll give you an example. Joe, look at energy.
Some of them, but
energy is way down. Energy is down to $2.20 a gallon now for a car. It's down to a level. You're down, I guess, around $65 a barrel, but it's going down. There's tremendous energy. And if you notice, OPEC and OPEC Plus, they're drilling more. They want to drill more because I think they want me happy. Because if energy goes down low enough, Putin's going to stop killing people. That'll be nice, even though they're his own people that are dying, him and Ukraine. But Putin will stop killing people if you get energy down another $10 a barrel. He's going to have no choice because his economy stinks.
Mr. President, it's Andrew here. It's great to speak with you. I wanted to ask.
Order filled.
Order submitted. You mentioned tariffs. And on Sunday, you talked again about this idea of dividends for middle and lower income folks that might come off of the tariffs, meaning the revenue that's coming in from the tariffs. And I wanted you to maybe explain how that might work in practice and how you're thinking about that and the trade-offs between paying down the debt, which I thought was something you had been talking a lot about, versus sending checks out, because obviously that creates its own debt for us.
So we're taking in trillions of dollars, Andrew. If you European Union, $650 billion. Think of it. And they're going to buy $750 billion worth of our energy. And they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. And by the way, they're going to open up their countries, which they've never done. Japan has never. If you did business in Japan, they would arrest you. You're not allowed to do any business. And now Japan has totally opened up their country. They're even taking our rice, which is something that nobody said was possible. But more importantly, they're taking our cars. They're taking the very beautiful Ford 150, which does very well, and I'm sure will do very well there. And other things that do very well here will also do well there. You'd be surprised at some of the great things we make. But Japan has opened up. All of these. Indonesia's opened up their country. South Korea has opened up their country. But not only opened up, and that's going to be huge business. When you open up South Korea, it's a closed country. And now all of a sudden we're allowed to sell cars into South Korea and trucks and SUVs. I mean, we're really opening it up. Vietnam is opening up their country. You know, these are all closed countries. But the EU was closed. They wouldn't take our agriculture. I said to, let's say, let me just say, a prime minister, a very nice prime minister, a couple of years ago, I said, how many cars are you taking a year? Let me guess, is it one or two? She said, no, we don't take any of your cars. I said, that's right. That's not nice. I said, that's not right. That's not a nice thing, Angela. But they took none of them, and now they take all our cars, all our trucks. Everything is open, 100%. In addition, the EU is going to pay us $650 billion. We're going to round it off, actually, because of certain things, to $600 billion. And think of it. They're going to put up $750 billion. We're a rich country again. Now, these are just deals that I'm announcing. These are the biggest ones because EU is, you know, essentially Europe. We made great deals with all of the countries, and they're being fair about it. One other thing, I mean, for your listeners that perhaps are a little bit less wealthy than some of your listeners, I'm doing something that nobody's ever done before. As you know, for 30 years, Europe has had drug prices that are, in many cases, 1/10 the cost of drugs in here. Same manufacturing plants, same everything. 1/10. I've invoked favored nations. Now, there is no favored nations clause. I've just said there is, okay, because we're not going to pay 10 times more for a pill than they pay in Europe. Then that's going to have a tremendous impact on the price of medicine.
Mr. President, what kind of teeth, though, are in those investments? What kind of teeth are in those investments, meaning that would force the EU to make those investments? If they don't make those investments, what happens on the other side?
Well, then they pay tariffs of 35%. No, they brought down their tariffs. So they paid $600 billion, and because of that, I reduced their tariffs from 30% down to 15%. And a couple of countries came, how come EU is paying less than us? And I said, well, because they gave me $600 billion. And that's a gift. That's not
Order
filled. A loan, by the way. That's not a loan that, 3 years comes up, we have to pay it back. There's nothing to pay back. They gave us $600 billion that we can invest in anything we want.
The deal that you
and nobody knows it, Becky. Nobody knows it because you know they don't know.
No, we have been trying to figure out the details on that, Mr. President. So
well, there are no details.
Clarity on
the
that.
Details are $600 billion to invest in anything I want. Anything.
Okay.
I can do anything I want with it. And the purpose was they've been, ripping us for so many years that it's time that they pay up, and they have to pay up. We couldn't afford to have the deficits. Look, I did something with Switzerland the other day. I spoke to their prime minister. The woman was nice, but she didn't want to listen. And they paid essentially no tariffs. And I said, we have a $41 billion deficit with you, madam. I didn't know her. I said, we have a $41 billion deficit, and you want to pay 1% tariffs. You wanted 1%. I said, you're not going to pay 1%. We lose. Because I view deficit as loss. You have some people. By the way, I think
pharmaceuticals are a big issue with Switzerland. I think.
Well, I'll go into pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
They make a fortune with pharmaceuticals, and they make our pharmaceuticals in China and Ireland and everything else. And within the next week or so, we're going to be announcing tariffs on specifically. This is this is a separate class than the 15% tariffs on sort of everything. These are excluded classes, I call them. I like to call them excluded, like steel, aluminum, etc.
Right, the 232.
We're going to be announcing on semiconductors and chips, which is a separate category, because we want them made in the United States. And by the way, they're being made in the United States. You know, we have the biggest in the world, as you know, from Taiwan is coming over and spending $300 billion in Arizona, building the biggest plant in the world for chips and semiconductors. But on pharmaceuticals, we'll be putting a initially small tariff on pharmaceuticals, but in 1 year, 1.5 years maximum, it's going to go to 150%, and then it's going to go to 250%, because we want pharmaceuticals made in our country. And that's not the CHIPS Act like Biden did, because he didn't know what he was doing, where they gave billions of dollars to companies that had more money than they knew what to do with.
President Trump, can I ask you about something that you're doing that's opposite of the Biden administration, too? And that's the latest deal that you've announced. The latest deal, though, that you're announcing with India, you're upset with the trade deal there, especially because they're buying Russian oil. The Biden administration sanctioned Russian oil, but then they kind of winked and nodded and appreciated that India and China were buying some of that oil because they were worried it would raise oil prices and thereby prices at the pump. To you, is it more important to shut down the Russians on this than to worry about oil prices?
I'm not worried about prices because we're drilling at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And what Biden did is he stopped my drilling. And then prices, if you remember that first couple of months, prices went through the roof. And he immediately said, let's go back to what Trump was doing. Let's go back to it. But by that time, they had blown it, and the energy prices were so high, and that's what caused that, and his crazy spending is what caused, by the way, the largest inflation in the history of our country was during the Biden administration. Not 48 years. You know, they like to say 48 years. It was the largest in the history of our country, the inflation that we had during Biden, because the man obviously didn't know what he was doing. But with India, what people don't like to say about India, they're the highest tariff nation. They have the highest tariff of anybody. We do very, very little business with India because their tariffs are so high. So India has not been a good trading partner because they do a lot of business with us, but we don't do business with them. So we settled on 25%, but I think I'm going to raise that very substantially over the next 24 hours because they're buying Russian oil, they're fueling the war machine, and if they're going to do that, then I'm not going to be happy.
There are a lot of deals signed, and I don't know, I thought India was imminent. I'm not sure what the sticking point is there, Mr. President. But let's just, since we don't have all day, we got to talk China.
Well, the sticking point with India is that tariffs are too high. Now, I will say this. But India went from the highest tariffs ever. They will give us 0 tariffs. And they're going to let us go in. But that's not good enough because of what they're doing with oil. Not good.
It looked like you were going to have a meeting, and people were talking about it with President Xi, and then you went out of your way to kind of say other people are saying, I think you even called it fake news or something. It looked like you were indicating that you were unhappy or that talks had broken down, and we've had a couple of frameworks or some positive moves. And you know, China, you've had a lot of success with other countries. China is a big deal and a big, not quite the elephant in the room, but certainly an important trading partner. Where does that stand? Will there be a meeting between you and President Xi? Anything planned at this point? What's the sticking point now, and how optimistic are you that we get a comprehensive deal?
Well, I can have a meeting. We have a very good relationship, but I didn't call for the meeting. He called for the meeting. So the fake news announced Donald Trump wants a meeting with China. No, I didn't want it. No, he asked for a meeting, and I'll end up having a meeting before the end of the year, most likely, if we make a deal. If we don't make a deal, I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, you know, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? But we're getting very close to a deal. We're getting along with China very well. I will tell you, you know, you had a point when I had 145% tariffs on. I put in for fentanyl. I actually said to people, where are we now with China, by the way, because I kept adding more and more. They said, sir, you're up to 145%. I said, you got to be kidding. So I sort of had to bring it down a little bit. But when it was up to 145%, meaning we were doing 0 business with China, China was collapsing. I don't know if you know that. You haven't reported it if you do. But China was collapsing. China is very reliant on the United States. My relationship with him is very good. I think we'll make a good deal. it's not imperative, but I think we're going to make a good deal. But no, they had a thing that Donald Trump really wanted to go there. No, I don't. It's a 19-hour flight. It's a long flight. But at some point in the not-too-distant future, I will. And just to end this conversation in China, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. Always had, other than the COVID moment where I was very angry with him and essentially didn't want to talk to him, frankly, because, you know, it did come out of Wuhan, in all fairness, which I was saying from the day one. I was saying I knew exactly where it came from. But that did interfere with the relationship. But no, I've had a great relationship with President Xi. We respect him a lot. They respect us a lot. They didn't respect Biden. They thought he was a numbskull. They couldn't believe he was the president of the United States, and neither can anyone else let that happen.
Mr. President, on a different topic, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that you're prepping an order that they say would punish banks that discriminate against conservatives, including potentially Bank of America. I'm going to be actually talking to Brian Moynihan here later today. Can you tell us about that executive order? What's in that? And what do you think the banks have done?
Well, they did discriminate. I had J.P. Morgan Chase. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. I could see if they want to, if they want to do something bad because you don't have any money and you're defaulted and they took people out. But I'll give you me as an example. I had hundreds of millions. I had many, many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash, and they told me, "I'm sorry, sir. We can't have you. You have 20 days to get out." I said, "You got to be kidding. I've been with you for 35, 40 years." They said, and I mean, I had all this. I didn't know what to do with it. And I went to, and you could ask him. Maybe he's not going to admit it. So I said, I was informed by my people that we have to get out of Chase Manhattan. That's Jamie and J.P. Morgan Chase. So I said, I can't believe it. Well, I was never in this situation before. I've never had anything like it. And it's not like, gee, you defaulted on a loan. Geez, if I could understand that. That's different. But there's no default. I mean, there's nothing but cash. I have a really great company. And then what happens is I call up Bank of America routinely because when I was president, this was after I got out, by the way, I call up Bank of America routinely. And I speak to him and I speak to a couple of people, and they have zero interest. Brian was kissing my ass when I was president, and when I called him after I was president to deposit $1 billion plus and a lot of other things, more importantly to open accounts, which banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest-free, the overnights and things, a lot of reasons for it, but they like accounts. I had hundreds of accounts, and he said, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. So I went to another one. I ended up going to small banks all over the place. I mean, I was putting 10 million here, 10 million there, did 5 million, 10 million, 12 million. I have them all over the place, the craziest thing. And it's lucky I even had them. They were doing me a favor. And that's because the banks discriminated against me very badly. And I was very good to the banks. I had the greatest economy in the history of our country when I was president. And by the way, our economy now will blow that away, and you see it happening. But our economy now, because we're a rich country again, because of our trade deals, we've become a rich country again. But no, they totally discriminate against, I think me maybe even more, but they discriminate against many conservatives. I told that story and sitting around tables with other people that were conservative or Trump supporters. I think the word might be Trump supporters more than conservative. And I believe what they did is they went to the regulators. Banks are not afraid of anything but a regulator. They're regulators and their wives. They're more afraid of their wives than the regulators. But the group they're really afraid of is bank regulators. And I believe that Biden or Kamala, and I don't think they're smart enough to do it, but the people that are surrounding the beautiful Resolute desk, the high IQ people that are radical left, I believe they told the banking commission, the bankers, that the banking regulators do everything you can to destroy Trump. And that's what they did. And guess what? I'm president. How did that happen?
Yeah, Mr. President, you've talked about you want success, not retribution. The Justice Department now tapping a grand jury to look into the intelligence community's assessment of what was happening with Russia. you have nothing to do with directing the Justice Department?
No, I have nothing to do. Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it. But what they did in the election, what they did in even the last election, but it was too big to rig. But what they did in the 2020 election is grotesque. I mean, that was a rigged election, 100%.
Okay, we can't relitigate that. We can't relitigate that here.
No, we're back to rigging again. Well, you can use it because everyone knows.
Yeah, we are.
You know what? A year ago, you would have been upset if I said it. Today, it's different. I say it all the time. It was a rigged election. It was 100% rigged.
We can't relitigate because
and I'm sure that's going to be brought up
independent sources,
too.
Even your Justice Department. But then I'm bringing up Bill Barr. But even they decided that. There were things that happened, but nothing that would have swayed it.
Well, they were wrong, and Bill Barr was wrong, and Bill Barr didn't investigate, and he should have. And why didn't Bill Barr give why didn't he give the Derma report? Why didn't he give that report, the stuff that's in there, that's all this stuff is coming out of it? Why didn't he give it earlier? I mean, why did it take so long to do it, and why didn't he give it, why didn't they announce it earlier? Because it morphed. What happened is it morphed into the Biden administration, and the Biden administration buried it. So it's too bad.
How about Texas? Now we're going to do mid-year or midterm gerrymandering based on that's going to be a quid pro quo or something with in blue states. Now, Mr. President, did you?
Well, they did it to us. Those blue states that you're talking about. Somebody gave a good example. In Massachusetts, I got, I think, 41% of the vote. It's a very, blue state. And yet it's got 100% of Congress, 100%. So I got 41% or something. And yet 100% of Congress in Massachusetts. No, it shouldn't be that way. We should have a couple of Congress people, but we have none. And think of this, 100%. In Illinois, where you have probably the dumbest of all governors, Illinois, that guy is really the business is flowing out of his state. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing that Pritzker's doing. He was the black sheep of the family. They threw him out of the business. But in Illinois, what's happened is terrible, what they're doing. And you notice they go to Illinois for safety, but that's all gerrymandered. California's gerrymandered. We should have many more seats in Congress in California. It's all gerrymandered. And we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
I don't know. I have to check on that. And they expect...
Check it. Why don't you check it, Brian?
The fact checkers expect us to check everything you say on the phone.
I want you to check it.
But for 4 years, those fact checkers didn't fact check anything that was said about... we don't need to relitigate that either, but they expect fact checking
Joe, why don't you check it, okay? Because I'd like you to. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, okay? By a lot.
Mr. President, can I ask you back to the economy and just on some of the things we've seen with the jobs report, the weakness in those numbers that came out last week. People are trying to figure out where the weakness is coming from. Part of it may be because of immigration. Now, people voted you into office because they were concerned about immigration policy in this country. But if you look at the jobs report last week, it did show a 1.7 million drop-off of foreign-born workers from March to July. And
that's a great number, by the way. That's a great number because it means we're putting Americans to work.
Well, the problem is immigrants have accounted for more than half of the U.S. workforce growth over the last 3 years. And so you wonder if that gets into an issue. And I know you've spoken with farmers who have had concerns about being able to find temporary workers there.
That's right.
And I think their pleas have kind of hit you in a way where you looked at that a little differently.
Well, I think this. We're getting the criminals out of our country because they had an open border policy because they were fools, and they allowed people from prisons and gang members and drug dealers into our country. We're getting the criminals out of our country by the thousands, and they're taken. We have murderers. We have people that are mentally insane. They come out of insane asylums and psych wards, and they come out of places that you don't want to know about. You would not like to see it. But they dumped everybody in our country from the Congo in Africa to all over South America. They dumped millions of people into our country that are dangerous people, and I'm getting them out. I'm working with the farmers, however, and the farmers have been great. I also got the highest vote for farmers, I think, that anybody's ever gotten. And I take care of the farmers. I love the farmers. They're a very important part of this country. And we're not going to do anything to hurt the farmers, and we're working on that, and we're going to be coming out with rules and regulations. I mean, you'll see a farmer with the same person working for him for 20 years. The person's even paying taxes and other things. And we're looking for the criminals, the people that murdered. You know, we have 11,888 people that came into our country under Biden, with our great czar, a border czar. She never called one. You know, she never called. She was a border czar. She never went to the border, and she never made one call to the Border Patrol. You know, other than that, she did a great job. But they had hundreds of people that were murderers, 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person. In our country, we've already gotten a lot of them out, and some of them are so dangerous we don't want to bring them back. We want to put them in our own prison because we don't want them coming back. But they allowed 11,888 murderers, many of which murdered more than one, into our population, and we're getting them out rapidly.
But, Mr. President, I just want to hear you clearly. You're saying the people who have been here for years and who have been even paying taxes, you're going to look at them very differently, and maybe they belong here in the workforce?
I want to work with them, and in some cases, we're sending them back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it? You know, these are very, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay, so here we go. So you did get the highest number of votes in Texas, so that's true. But when you were talking about...
then you don't have to say anything more, Joe.
I got to say this.
No, don't say anything more.
No,
don't qualify it by saying, I got the highest number of votes in the history of Texas.
I'm moving on to your claim that revision helped Biden hurt you for the 800,000. It was in August. There was still plenty of time for voters to see that those weren't
after
real
the election in November. I believe it was in November something. There was a massive revision downward.
The first one, the 800,000 or 900,000, I think, was in August, and then later it came out in March of 2025. It went to 598, not 818. But the original one.
Listen, 598. But there were other revisions downward from prior to the election, because the numbers were rigged. Okay, and as you said, the number. Look, you take a look after the election. How many revisions downward there were? But let's get back to Texas, because you said you were going to say something else. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, a record that they say won't be beaten unless I run again.
Are you going to run again?
No, probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
And you're not going to fire Jay Powell. We'll go all talk about all the stuff that.
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe.
Overall,
and the friend
poll
was
numbers,
worse.
you don't. Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do. I cited one of those.
I have the best poll numbers I've ever had.
Among Republicans.
I have poll numbers where I'm 71%. I have the best poll numbers. Look,
those are among Republicans. You've got
No. Among Republicans, I'm at 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about generally. I have the. Let me put it this way: there was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how well Trump was doing. Now, you don't put that on because I think CBS is a shade. Actually, CNN's a shade better than NBC. I think NBC is probably the worst of them all. But if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden and you'll see about the numbers. But that's okay. We have to defend ourselves, Joe.
I know, but there are other. They can cite. Your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
yeah, but they're fake polls, Joe. I had a lot of fake polls. You also have me in the 70s. I have fake polls. Fox gives me terrible polls all the time. You know, they do nothing but I've never had a good poll with Fox. And then I win an election and I go through the roof. Because look, I won every swing state. Did I not? I won every swing state. Andrew, I won the popular vote by millions of votes. Even though they tried like hell to cheat, I won by millions of votes. I won the counties and all of the counties. I won 2,750 to 502. And I won the election in a landslide. And obviously that's only, we're only 6 months in. But my poll numbers are better now, much better than during the election. And now part of that is because the Democrat Party is self-destructing. I mean, when you have low IQ people like Crockett, I wonder if she's in a relationship to the late, great Davy Crockett, who was a great gentleman. I wonder if she's got any relationship to Davy Crockett, the great old Davy Crockett. But you have this woman Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding. The Democrats are lost. They have Trump derangement syndrome so bad that they can't walk. They can't talk. They don't know where they're going. Schumer is finished. Schumer, look, I watched him the other day. He's lost all of his confidence.
40% of the country has, so you're never going to get above 60 in any poll, and it's because 40% have TDS, and we know that. Mr. President, we used to do this every Tuesday. It was called Trump Tuesday. Maybe we can start, this is going to be the start of something again, but we appreciate all your time today and hope to be able to continue this discussion on all these different issues in the not-too-distant future, if we could.
Joe, could I finish one thing?
Yes.
1 year ago, our country was dead. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And that was told to me by every leader of NATO, which they do whatever I want. That was told to me by the King of Saudi Arabia, by the leaders of UAE, by the leader of Qatar, by many. We were a dead country 1 year ago. Today we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and I'm very happy to help.
Mr. President, once again, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Okay, when we come back, a special interview with former Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson and former Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner. They are the co-chairs of the Aspen Economic Strategy Club. We'll get their perspectives on the economic challenges facing the United States and the world. That is straight ahead.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash. I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Chaikin. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and have invested through 9 recessions plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found there's one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking, and again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher. And second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation free of charge. To learn more, visit the website below.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now. Weeknights.
This may mark a whole new phase of the bull market, the phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that thing was a one-and-done bout of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are in Aspen, Colorado this morning with two former Treasury
Good morning.
Secretaries.
Let me set up the giveaway. 1 second.
Good morning to you. Hank Paulson is here. Tim Geithner is here. We just spoke to the president. Lots of questions about where our economy is today, what's going on with the tariffs, how you think about all this geopolitically, treasuries and everything, geopolitics, China. So I want to get to as much of this as we can. I just want to start, though, with where you think the economy actually is and how much you think the tariffs thus far are either impacting things or not, and just what your reaction is. Even
All right, here we go.
Given
1 second.
real excitement about the tariffs and all of the money he says he's getting from all of these other countries.
So I think the economy, and we've got to start by saying our economy is amazingly resilient. Amazingly resilient. It's been the bright spot in the world since 2020. So just think about what we've been through. The financial crisis, multi-year pandemic, shifting economic policies. And yet, you know, if you go back to 2020, we've grown 3 times the rate.
All right, we're going to get 4 winners, $25 each.
We had 40% higher than Germany and so on.
I don't know yet. I'm about to spin the wheel. Hold on. Shuffle, shuffle. First one.
Etc. Let me tell you, it's going to take a while to determine that. It looks like things have slowed down a lot, okay, in terms of manufacturing jobs and in terms of job creation. But there's so much going on, right? Look at everything that's going on right now. It's amazing.
All right, that's the first winner.
Work its way through the system. So
Let me get
we've got
3 more to go.
We've got tax cuts. We've got the impact of AI. That's going to take a while for us to determine.
Where do you land on tariffs?
Tariffs are a bad tax. They're like a corrosive tax on American manufacturers.
Second winner.
They're regressive in their impact. And we don't know where they're going to settle out yet. You still don't have, you know, where China's going to settle out.
We got 2 more.
You know what the relative changes are going to be, so you don't know yet what the broad impact on supply chains is going to be. But it's a shock. It's a hit that the U.S. economy can withstand. It'll be meaningful, but not
bubbly.
Break this pretty strong economy. We're an economy that's very hard to break, and we've got a whole bunch of things happening in the American economy that are a source of strong investment demand, innovation.
1 more to go.
So it'll be hard. It's right. It'll be hard to figure out, hard to see the ultimate.
Bubbly's in the channel, in the Discord all the time.
But you know, it's
That's my buddy.
It's like rust. It's corrosive. Hard to reverse.
And that's it. That's the 4 winners.
Because they raise the costs of inputs to manufacturers, and they are a hit to real income. So the average American.
I'll be back. I gotta go pay him.
You know,
they have that basic effect. You can't escape. And the long-term challenge for us, of course, is they will raise revenue. You don't know how much revenue they're going to raise, and we're a country living on the future. borrowing from the future, huge, unsustainable long-term deficits. And that revenue is going to prove to be a very valuable thing in our political system as we get through this, and hard for people to give that up. So, you know, most people would say it's a bad form of tax, even though they know taxes need to go up. And it's going to be hard to get the political system to figure out a way to clean up and reform that legacy of tariffs, because they're gonna find that revenue so attractive.
Do you believe the market thinks the tariffs are really here or not? I mean, do you think it's baked into what the market actually thinks, Hank?
Yeah. Who knows what the market thinks? But I will tell you, there's no real permanence to it, right? Because they could change tomorrow. The administration could change them. Our counterparties could. So there's not a real permanence. The thing that I dislike the most about tariffs are, I don't like to prop up inefficient industries, right? We saw that in the 70s when we had tariffs that protected our auto industry, and it really fell way behind. I don't like it when they prop up companies of the past, and hold back companies of the future. But as Tim said, they raise a lot of revenue, right? And I think it's worth really studying the impact of that. Now, I think the thing that I dislike the most is that they're uneven, right? And so they're uneven, they punish some, they benefit other. I'm talking about within the U.S. economy. And so they create distortions which have an adverse impact and can have an adverse impact.
The president said that he has a great relationship with China. You know China very, very well. Where do you think these tariffs stand and the trade talks stand with China?
Well, to me, I don't know where the tariffs stand in the trade talks with China. But what I do know is that the U.S.-China relationship is by far the most important bilateral relationship. And that is going to shape the geopolitical, the geoeconomic landscape for years to come. I know it's a very fraught relationship because, we have conflicting security objectives, right? And they're a strategic economic competitor. So all of that is true. But in the U.S., politicians, and here I'm not talking about the administration, I'm just saying politicians generally, come together because they want to be tough on China. But they generally make mistakes. They make the mistake of either overestimating China or underestimating China. And China's got, some serious problems and some formidable weaknesses. So the key here is the world is going to be a very dangerous place and a much less prosperous place unless we can figure out how to manage those conflicts and how to work where we've got common interests. Now, to get to the administration, I do think the administration is very right in terms of working to right some of the unfair trade practices in China, to open up some of the markets in China. They're very right to do that, for sure. And to, I think we need to hold back technologies that are very important to our national security, to our economic security. But, a trade war with China is not where we want to be.
In terms of technology, though, I don't know if I was just going to ask, we keep talking about NVIDIA all the time on our broadcast, and now, this administration is allowing these H20 chips. Do you think that we should be allowing certain types?
I do think we should be very careful what we allow, and we shouldn't allow our very most important technologies that are critically important. But again, I want to get back to a trade war with China, because I will tell you, China is so integrated into the U.S. economy, and that a trade war with China is something where there are no winners, right? They're very patient, they're tough, and we'd only have losers.
Does that patience mean that they have more leverage over us than we have over them?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that they've got a high pain threshold, and I'll tell you, I think we're off to a good start in terms of what Besant has done in Stockholm. So I think we've got a long way to go. There are going to be bumps on the road, and I do think the president wants a stable relationship with China. right? And I tell you, there's one positive. I see we now have leaders of both countries that are powerful enough that they are able to do something that would be very big if they think it benefits their country, even if it's unpopular at home.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to do a positive thing, you'd say that, you know, it's like there's the story about generals in wars. No plan for war survives first contact with the enemy. You know, we're going through a period in the United States now where we're in a populist moment. You have a bunch of ideas about leverage and about trade and the world that are not surviving first contact with reality. And the administration you've watched, they're adjusting, they're recalibrating, and you're seeing you know, signs of the classic American pragmatism and realism in these things. Of course, you know, China's got some formidable challenges themselves. We've got some formidable advantages too. But where you're seeing, if you listen closely, you're seeing people have a bit more appreciation about where we have a level of dependence that's very valuable to both countries and where we need to reduce dependence for our national security reasons.
Let me ask you a different question. It relates to treasuries. And I don't know who wants to speak to this one. But I remember back in 2008, it wasn't Treasury, it was just Fannie and Freddie. But you guys were worried that China was going to start dumping Fannie and Freddie shares at the time. And there's now a worry, given the relationship and shift in relationship, not just with China, but with other parts of the world, that maybe they're not going to buy our treasuries the way they used to. What do you think of that?
I mean, I do think it's important that people recognize that, you know, the treasuries as the risk-free asset in the system are the foundational asset of the global financial system. And that strength of treasuries, and the dollar in some ways, reflects a level of basic confidence in American policy competence, in the stability of policy about property rights and rule of law, independence of the Fed, and a basic confidence that ultimately the U.S. political system will do the sensible things to preserve the value of foreign investment in the United States. And there is a bit more of a shadow over those things than there's been in some time, partly because we're starting from a pretty deep hole on the fiscal side, this administration inherited, and partly because people watch the American political system and they're less confident than they used to be that we're going to have the capacity to get our arms around this and get things back to a better place. So these things that depend ultimately where 10-year treasuries trade, and they're trading at pretty modest levels at the moment, reflecting some level of ultimate confidence the U.S. will run the country in a sensible way. But you know, it depends ultimately on whether the system is able to bring revenues and expenditures back into balance, bring those deficits down a bit, right, and protect the things in terms of rule of law and Fed independence that make people confident that...
Well, so how much does the Fed independence piece matter to you? How much does what happened on Friday with the head of the BLS matter to either of you?
Well, I want to come back and say, because I really do think our fiscal trajectory is something that matters a lot to me. And I think when you look at treasuries, that's the thing that we need to be most concerned about, right? We need to be most concerned that if we have you know, I'm not predicting at all, but, you know, I do know that our current trajectory is unsustainable. And so I don't know whether that means you hit the wall, you know, in 6 months or 6 years or whatever. But when it does, I would like to have a contingency plan, right? And be able to deal with it. Now, you talked about Fannie and Freddie. We had a contingency then, didn't we, Tim? Right? And we dealt with it. So that's what I'm focused on.
What kind of contingency plan, though, could we have in this context?
Well, you could have a contingency plan. You know, we're a rich country. There's a lot of things we could do. You know, we could lay out we could lay out a value-added tax, right? A consumption tax. We could lay out, a series of taxes, a plan to really bring things back in balance. So that's one thing we could do.
We might get some good luck in terms of stronger growth from productivity and make it easier, but it's going to be a hard thing to work through.
But to your case, how important is Fed independence? You know, Fed independence is very important. Okay, it's very important to confidence in our economy, right, and confidence in the dollar, right, and in treasuries. itself and having good, reliable economic data.
What do people, what do international leaders who call you and say, what's going on here, what do they say to you?
I mean, I think they're finding it hard to figure out where this set of uncertainty about fundamental aspects of U.S. policy, where it lands, where it settles out. And they, they're hoping, again, that there's a low ceiling on the bad stuff, and that that level of pragmatism, ultimately American pragmatism, will prevail, and they'll get back to a world that's more familiar with them that they can make choices on. But I think most of them are just trying to see where things stand out, and they live with the same uncertainty that all investors live in the United States with.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. So the next couple of days, we put together some of the very best economic minds from both sides of the aisles, right? So we've got people that have run, are running, and have run some of the very strongest U.S. companies. We've got leaders who have worked with presidents going back from Reagan right up through Trump. And so we've got a lot to talk about because this group of people is thinking through the same uncertainties that foreign leaders are.
I want to thank both of you for joining us this morning. I appreciate it, and we're going to learn a lot over the next day and a half, and we're going to bring a lot of interviews to the folks at home. So thank you both. Appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you.
Joe and Becky, thank you. What a morning. What a morning. Make sure you join us tomorrow morning. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
I think when somebody says the commissioner is not involved, I don't want to get into any arguments with anybody. Why should I? She's a very nice woman.
Exactly.
But when they say that that nobody was involved, that it wasn't political, give me a break. It's a highly political situation. It's totally rigged. Smart people know it. People with common sense know it. And a lot of people like to keep their head under the covers.
That was President Trump in the last hour, of course, here on CNBC, sounding off about the jobs data, his firing of the BLS chief. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber. That's Jim Cramer. We're live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures as we get ready to start trading on this Tuesday. And you can see we are looking for what very modestly higher open this morning, Jim. Let's start with the president's appearance on CNBC in the last hour. I mean, again, you and I discussed this yesterday. He continues to say that he used the words rigged. It's political. There's nothing at all that seems to back up that contention. Plenty of people who certainly say the methods by which we collect the data, you included amongst those, needs to change. But no one that I'm aware of who's said that they believe in any way these numbers are rigged. That said, the market yesterday did not react at all to this firing in the way that perhaps some might have believed it would, in the sense of undermining the data in the future.
Right. I mean, look, I think that the market looked at the numbers and said, wow, things have slowed. So interest rates went lower. The quarters have been extraordinary. Look, it comes down, I mean, I know, look, we're the business network. And it comes down to the companies. There's a lot of companies that reported. The vast majority of the companies were good. People buy stocks because of growth, as we'll hear from Palantir. They don't buy it because of Trump. They don't buy it because of labor. They don't buy it because of commerce. They don't buy it because of unemployed. They buy it because the companies are doing it, okay? And as long as the companies are doing well and we don't have bad employment, stocks go higher. Now, if we want to convert everything and decide what matters is what that man says, and whether what he says matters for what we do, I can't help you make money. It's an interesting discussion. I have it at home, but that's all you're ever going to hear about from me. I say I have it at home. I was brought up not to talk about this. I'm not going to start talking about it now at 7. But what I'm going to try to do is make money for people. And when I come back and I say, look, interest rates are low, go buy Home Depot.
Interest rates aren't that low right now. Wait, interest rates are going lower.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, I can't help you in the other stuff. I can't say, you know what, I think he's a liar about this, or Texas is this. I can't, because I don't do that. My goal is to try to make people money. I'm completely devoid of a view about whether the Labor Department rigged it. All I know is that the economy's slow.
You know they didn't. You know they didn't.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't even care.
All right.
There, I'll tell you that. I said that to my wife. I don't even care. She goes, well, that's a disgrace that you don't care. I said, that's not my job. My job is to figure out whether the Caterpillar number is good and whether you should buy. Now, am I a small-minded thinker? I am the thinker that I am. I'm a dollar sign. What am I going to do? I'm not going to be able to help you about whether President Trump had more counties than anybody else ever, because I don't give a damn. It's not my job. My job is to help them make money. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. What, should I have more than that?
No, it's fine. It's all we need from you.
I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm pigeonholed in an area I love. Okay, look, Axon much better than expected. Quarter Palantir's going much higher. Big short squeeze. Zoetis, I can't believe it's finally up. And Zebra Technologies, they've missed numbers for so long, I can't believe they're doing better. There.
I think that was a great show.
Well, that's all I have.
Thank you.
I'm not Salesforce. I can't believe it's down so low.
All right. I heard you. All right, enough.
Mr. Softy,
okay.
I don't know what else to do.
You made the point. All right. So I got all this stuff from the Trump interview. I assume you don't want to hear any of it.
I'm fine with it.
You don't want to hear any of it. You got nothing to say. You're not interested.
Fine. It doesn't make me. I'm not on MSNBC. I'm on CNBC. Okay?
And by the way,
that's what I do.
You may, as I have been surmising, be on the short list for Fed chair.
I'm not on the short list for anything.
No, you may be, my friend. You may not know it. You may not know it, but you may be. So soon enough.
You know, so I say, let's look at AGCO. No, too foreign. I like Deere. He just got Deere open and selling Europe.
You're as bad as he is. You're as bad. You won't stop talking.
I'm as bad as he is. Well, how's he on sound health?
I'm just talking about during an interview.
Does he understand the tracks now that...
my point was, as I have been kidding you for quite some time now.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thank you.
About taking on the Fed chair. And it's been in a jocular fashion. That said, he did, well, take a listen, because he's got two people we know of. One of them is not Besant, but then there's two mystery people. Take a listen.
Treasury secretaries. In the end, there are numerous people that are qualified. Everyone on your phone right now, in terms of at your beautiful studio, would be very qualified, in my opinion. You guys are better than most of the people that do it for a living.
There it is. See, I told you right there.
Okay.
Beautiful studio, qualified. No, listen, in all seriousness, we'll see who we end up with, whether it's one of the Kevins, whether it is some other name, perhaps. I mean, and again, the president has picked people who sit in seats and talk on television. We have a defense secretary who do that for a living.
We were all
it's not inconceivable.
We're taught to think forward, not to think about who. You're an NFL coach. You really care that you lost in Cincinnati a year ago? No. What you care about is going forward. Going forward's pretty darn good.
You still believe that going forward is still pretty darn good?
I'm listening. Take DuPont, okay? Well, Ed Breen, get what?
You want to just start with Palantir? Why don't we do that?
I am happy to start with Palantir.
And let's spend a little time on that.
I am happy to start with Palantir.
Because Palantir, of course, did report numbers, and they were very strong, far in excess, in fact, of what many analysts who follow the company had anticipated. The company raised its full-year guidance as well, and posted, again, this quarter that had revenues up 48%. They are over $1 billion in revenue.
Remember, the gross margins are what we should be focusing on.
And we're going to talk about that.
The gross margins and revenue come to
CEO Alex Karp citing what he calls the astonishing level of AI leverage. Here's what he had to say on last night's earnings call about being bullish on the USA.
At risk of saying the obvious, this is a perfect time for a revolution in the United States of America. We are very, very bullish on America. We have some really crucial and important clients internationally, large clients, commercial clients in Europe, and also government clients outside of America that we're proud of. But this is an American revolution. It's being led by ontology and chips, and also to some extent large language model providers.
This is a stock, Jim, that came in as the best performer in the S&P, and that will not change this morning.
No, well, look, there's still a lot of analysts who are trying to deal with the fact that it was much better than you ever realized. People had to sell on it. By the way, I wish, the international's not that strong. That was one of the... but that doesn't really matter because domestic is doing incredibly well. And they do have some great examples Ryan Taylor, I'm not familiar with his work, Chief Revenue Officer, of how well, when you bring them in, the return. It's very, very fast. And don't forget, they're really focused on the philosophical study of being concerned with the nature of existence and the category of things and their relationship, which is ontology.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Camus meets Camus.
That's fascinating.
Well, no, I mean, that's ontology is his.
You know, this stock obviously was trading at multiples to forward revenues that are extraordinary, and that will continue. That kept a lot of people away.
But that's
despite those who believed that the growth was going to be quite strong, buying something at 80+ years worth of its forward revenues is simply not something a lot of investors are capable of doing.
And what I'm saying is that there are companies, whether it be CrowdStrike, whether it be ServiceNow, whether it be this one, that you have to use the rule of 40.
Okay.
You have to take their growth rate and their margin and add them together. And in this case, the rule of 40 score is 94. So all I can tell you is this company is dramatically undervalued.
I mean, they've got almost 50% EBITDA margins, right?
Yes, it's undervalued here. It goes to 200.
Really?
Whether it goes to 200 next week or tomorrow, I don't know. But it's going to
well, you've been right. You've been right on this
From
one.
50 it goes to 100, 100 goes to 150.
You've been bullish, and you have dismissed those who simply point to valuation, which is a risk here.
It's a risk, but this is an amazing company. And I've got to tell you, I was very proud of Alex, because Alex did not dominate the call. He let other people speak. And frankly, he was not as chest beat. And he did call the American Revolution out. That was a tough one, because he likes the way America's run right now. But it was a very good call.
Well, they're a beneficiary, obviously, of the military upgrade that's taking place.
That was good. The Army, that consolidated Army contract was very good.
Yeah.
There are no parasitic elements. I like that.
There are no parasitic elements, right. You know, something that stood out to me is not something he said on the call, but something he said to our own Morgan Brennan, I get when they had a phone call. And I'll share it now, Jim, because it did strike me, and of course it goes to a theme that you, me, and Carl have been and will continue to discuss, which is what happens to employment with the growth of AI. We're planning to grow our revenue while decreasing the number of people. Crazy efficient revolution, 10 times revenue, and they're going to go from 4,100 people to 3,600. So he thinks it's possible for this company to grow tenfold and reduce its employment by over 10% over that period of time.
An extraordinary story that I believe in. And by the way, what you and I can do, we talked about, I think President Trump becomes one. That's good to happen, is he's the president. But I think the most fundamental issue facing us, besides the trade deficit, 39 trillion, is
not the budget deficit. I mean the national debt.
Because I don't even think about that. I think the fundamental thing that we can bring to the party is you have AI.
Yep.
That can take away jobs.
Yep.
You have immigration that's nil, illegal immigration.
Yeah, well, and deportation that's actually taking people out of the country.
Jobs.
Right.
You then have tons of younger people who get the great wealth transfer from the baby boomers, but are not being hired at the pace that they used to be. You have people in their third and fourth years at accounting firms and law firms and bankers that are being disintermediated by this. And you have Palantir basically telling you, look, we're on open AI. We write these programs. The programs are far more efficient. So, David, the question is, will the people who are our sons and daughters, will they get jobs?
It's a great question. I don't know the answer. The optimist will tell you, and I have this conversation, as I know you do, with so many people in the business world, trying to understand. Those who are optimists will say it is yet just another significant technological change, the likes of which we've seen previously, where there were many concerns. And yes, 90% of people farmed 200 years ago. Now 2% of people do. Were we okay? Of course we were. The Industrial Revolution seemed to automate so many things. Well, it created more jobs. And even much more recently, this was seen as, well, who knows? And then you've got all these people who drive Ubers and things of that nature, created a lot more jobs. That's the optimist.
Right.
Others will say this is different. It is a different change now, step function, when you're talking about a machine that will have intelligence equal to all the intelligence in the world, far in excess of our own. What are we going to do?
And Karp, again, who offers so much, he's very thoughtful. It offers the idea that it's entirely possible that it's the white-collar people get hurt, but the blue-collar people have more.
Right.
He does have this great moment. You know, one of the things I love about the guy, and I say that because he's not been that nice to me, but so what?
No.
Is that he says, listen, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, they don't matter anymore. Now, that is chilling. People should listen to this. It's chilling that the ROI of a Harvard education may not be as good. I love that because this guy is he's a democratizer.
Jim, you know, I'm at an age.
And by the way,
I had this conversation with many of my friends because we all have children who are just entering the workforce or early in their careers, and the question, of course, is what is going to represent valuable work?
Absolutely.
And the purpose of your life. And, I mean, there are a lot of larger questions here about society, but that did strike me, and it struck you as well.
Well, and
the idea that you, over time, will be able to grow your company enormously, and your workforce will shrink.
Right. Jensen Wong would tell you that's true, but everyone's a little more productive, and the people who leave will then have the ability to be able to start something. My problem with that is that's a different personality set. Not everybody has the risk, a built tolerance, and not everybody has the money to start a new business. I want to believe Jensen so badly because that would be so great for generations. But right now, I see a lot of white-collar people who pay too much.
Well, and you know, Darius Amodi, I think it was at Anthropic, said, for example, that he thinks, what was the number? 30–40% of white-collar workers. I mean, some of the numbers are frightening. And by the way, our political system, however you feel about it, is in no way equipped to handle what might be coming in that room.
No, the political system is not. They're so far behind what's going on.
Yeah.
They're just, and they don't look at the companies. I mean,
but that said, a lot of wealth is being created, and there it is. Look at that stock. By the way, I know a lot of people who own this thing. This was a private company for such
You hear what happened to Ben? That sucks, man. 10K gone.
People sold it in the high
Oh,
20s.
my mic is acting up. Hold on.
And could not have anticipated this.
What about now? No? Hold on. I think my headset's messed up. Let me change one. Yeah, it's better now. Is it better now, right? Yeah, yeah. That's weird. My left headset, the AirPod is messed up. That's not good. Hold on. Let me try both. Say something? Yeah, I can hear you now. Should be good now. Yeah, I use AirPod on Discord.
Many years ago, I don't talk to him with any regularity whatsoever. I look forward
But yeah.
to talking to him again in the future.
So
He's always an interesting.
he did. It was long on MNQ and NQ, and then it was taking profit on the MNQ, and then he clicked too many times, and one of them was short, and that's considered hedging. And 10K's gone. I don't know. I mean, he did something for that massive payout. You know what I mean?
We get started with trading about 13 minutes from now, and let's call it a very
No.
mixed open at
Yeah, that's big pay, but any little thing like that, they're really strict. So
She feels this cramp.
yeah, even if like 1 second before closing and you waited, they'll disable your account the next day. Did that happen to you or someone else? Yeah, yeah. Well, someone else in Discord that happened to them.
Self-doubt, tough decisions, from all those extra hours to finally enjoying the rewards. Our wealth management team is always here to work with you and every generation to come, because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
Yeah. 10K, he needed that too. Yeah, he told me he's going back to bed. But he got the other two more TPT Pro that just came in. He's supposed to have 5. 2 was late, so he just got those 2. So hopefully he doesn't mess those up.
At T. Rowe Price, making investment moves with precision means asking questions others don't.
Yeah, I don't think I can't help him, guy. There's no way they'll give him that payout. He just want his account back. That's what he's telling me, and just in case.
When you ask better questions.
Yeah, but Doc saying that what's her name didn't get it, and she's a big time influencer. Yeah. So it's GG.
conviction that the 2% target has to be in their line of sight.
We got data 15 minutes after
challenge
open.
that we face as America with our trade deficit. This positions us to take our relationship with the EU forward in a new and a better way.
I know what you're thinking. Total blow up. What's your secret? Fine.
Maybe what the 4 more days on Apex now to get my payout.
Even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow. Setting the bar high for daycare pickup.
So NQ on the 3 minutes near oversold, so my bounce at open. Should we long at open? Yeah. I have a babysit today, so I'll be done at 11. I'll be done at 12. You have to babysit today? Mm. I think the data is actually pretty big. Let's see what it is. Yeah, that's PMI. Oh, that's not red? No, it is red. Service PMI is at 9. So 1 hour. No, 30 minutes after, yeah. This is my last attempt for this 150K PPT. I'm gonna be done.
For 2002,
I played more and I blew it up.
our best deals on any smartphone with your choice.
Can't be wasting this reset all the time, you know?
And we mean any.
Let's see. $550? That's not hard for you. Yeah.
Innovation changes everything.
For the 150, right?
You can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. People investing carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
So you corporate types think you're rock stars? That's as ridiculous as us, being corporate types. Let's begin. Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what did you do this weekend?
The huge. Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
Yeah, the ISM. That's red, isn't it? Orange. Well, look at the econ bot in our channel. Is that red? I can't tell. That's why I'm asking you. Yeah, I guess.
The place to
Wait,
find
yeah.
a place. Furniture heroes like Kimberly, small space solutions for every budget, like sectionals within storage, pop-up sleepers, and bedroom sets with a dresser.
No, was it in here? I thought it said. Hold on. Oh, it's yeah. Yeah, that's our time zone. Yeah, so it should be red. So it's the same thing. This code is set to our time zone. That's fine.
It's a relief, to be honest.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Seven minutes.
How much power/influence the chair ultimately has.
Who? No, he did already. He went to bed after that. He's up. He's over the buffer. He's saying he got like 900 to cash out.
And streaming on CNBC Plus.
Yeah. He said he's been up since 2 a.m.
About 7 minutes before we get to the beginning of trading here at the New York Stock Exchange. Do you want to talk bang, but the actual original? That's important. Bang. We did our show from the Air Force Academy in Colorado. There was this guy there.
Imagine all five being blown.
So Facebook, Amazon, Netflix. Oh no.
Man, that's.
Which was
It's like people don't make that much in like 3 or 4 months. You know what I mean? You make that in one day, and then they just got taken away. Oh shit. When do you buy the TPT Pro? That 150 you're using right now? Yeah. Tell me it's Friday.
Because frankly, they think prices are depressed. I think so too. I think that when
Okay, if you pass, you get a payout, they refund you that. And it started from Friday up to end of this week. Anything you buy on TPT, you get a refund. Uh-huh. It might be because of the other promo. Because they did it again a couple of times last time too, and you probably got the free credit you didn't use. Yeah, they do a lot of that, but they actually post about it now, so. Yeah, they'll still refund you because it's just a reset. So I might grab, maybe on Friday, I might grab another one. No, I don't want to grab another. No, I don't want to fuck that. I'll reset that if I have to, but I think I'll got 1, 2, 3. I'll grab a 50K on Friday. Yeah, I try to pass that and get my refund.
Working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
I don't know, but I want to grab some, grab a long. Let me see the 3 minutes. I'm gonna do one long right now at, I'm on 150. Let's see. I'm gonna long right before the open because I'm stupid. It's an eval, so I don't care.
Order submitted.
Pharmacy orders oh, hell, I'm not doing that. That easy, bro.
Uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price.
Anybody blew up that TPT yet? I'm waiting for those people to blow up so I can win my own challenge. I can use that $250. Yeah, I don't know why you're dumb. I didn't believe you when you said you traded.
You need to hire. Indeed, you do.
Dumbass. Biggest crackhead ever, dude. Whoops, I didn't even take profit. Fuck. Nah, I gotta go relong at 42. You would actually win the challenge easily. You know that, right? You or Van. I think Van blew his. Yeah. Dude, that dude went all in on his credit card. That's crazy. Dude, copy trading it too. Imagine you blow it. Blow one account, everything's gone. You know, a lot of... Yeah, but I tell you, a lot of people has a crazy credit card debt because of prop firms. They don't think about how much they spend until you get maxed out. You know what I mean? And then you look at your credit card charges, it adds up. You know?
Invest like the future is watching.
Is all that from prop firms or that's for everything?
Invest like the future is watching.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I said you gotta have a spreadsheet and just put everything in that you spend.
Manufacturing costs. largely reflected the impact of higher tariffs. Caterpillar also adds it expects to take a tariff hit. It's up to $1.5 billion.
Order filled.
Took my $200 profit. Oh no, 120. This market sell sucks. Well, we got AMDERs today, earnings today, so yeah, we might. You want to YOLO something for earnings? I'm gonna try to along some PPT Pro and
infrastructure. He's done a great job.
you gotta make another payout.
As far as I'm concerned, I know I just did it for you.
Order filled.
There we go.
Order filled.
Yeah, not that long. Yeah, 280. That works.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Holy shit. They know that dump.
Order submitted.
Yeah, but I went back long. That shit dump. What the fuck?
Order filled.
Wow. That hurt.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Yes, organs transplanted.
Order filled.
Cash paid by hospital. And then this
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Yes, they sell the losing business to Joby.
I didn't expect that dump. That was huge.
You're starting with Blade and Joby. The reason I'm starting with this is because you have pounds here. I wish we had a chart of Joby. We do. Look at that. They're a wish. They're a group of stuff.
Wow.
Order filled.
Come on, I need a pump back.
Joby for 50 million shares. So it would be priced in the whole.
Order submitted.
Come on, keep pumping.
Order
There
filled.
we go.
So we have oncology.
I'm still stuck on my Pro.
This is gaining this market.
Yes, but you have not been happy.
What's a low? 303? 307.
We point out shares of Figma yesterday were down sharply.
I'd like to think that's because of my fake news.
It might have been. You've been very critical of not of the company, but of the enthusiasm by which it has been met, sending its stock up almost fourfold at its height to what the IPO price was.
20, right? Adobe wanted to buy the company.
20 billion, yes.
That's very smart.
Yes.
Should do that. A lot of AI.
We're talking about Figma now.
Yeah, it's not just a sketchy company. Yeah. So then the stock goes to 7.
Well, yesterday it won't dip at all. Not today, it's just weak.
So my job, I think, in terms of trying to help people make money, is to recognize that there's two markets.
Yeah, NQ in the 15 minutes looking bad. 3 minutes oversold.
I just think that you have
just need to get out.
Order filled.
that this market is $19.99, and we don't want it to bleed in.
Order
and I
filled.
hope that the syndicate made after how CoreWeave's comeback, the Circle Internet's move, that the
Order submitted.
syndicate should have said.
Nice
instead of
little
thinking our
bounce.
hands up and know what to do, is that we heard a lot of that in 99, right? And we think they should go study, be a little more historical, recognize their role. We wish that we all could go back in time and stop that bubble, including syndicates. They have responsibility.
Give me 35.
I mean, we have a great time. It isn't just that squawk bombs and just
Order canceled. Order submitted.
30, over 35. Get out my Pro. I don't want to mess with that now.
Order
There we
filled.
go.
We're actually trying to get people to be careful.
Let me read long later.
Well, what do you make of the
307 again.
SPACs? Would you put that in that same category?
I think that they're awful.
Oh, yeah. Fuck, never mind. I gotta get out this. I forgot about data. I don't want to touch my Pro on the data.
Making a comeback.
And that is showing you the performance of those companies that were SPACs back in that key period of 21, for example, did their deal, de-SPACs, and now how they've been trading. But you can see, Jim, they've been coming back a bit. Now,
Yeah.
that's obviously far below the levels that we saw
Order
at that
submitted.
dramatic loss. you're kind of referring to as well, in part because of what can happen when
I was making all-time high today.
If you can buy something, I won't even recommend companies that are where I don't know what bonds they own or what buildings they own. Right. To just give someone a check and bet that they're going to do something. You know, we had 600.
I took it off. I wanted to go long on 307, but I took it off.
2022. We all wish we could have played a role making so people didn't lose a lot.
Maybe I should go long that.
But we didn't.
I had one at 304 on my day trader. Oof, that dip. I don't know, but 3 minutes over so. I went long at 307.
But that's still the majority. I mean,
Nice.
Media, excuse me.
Incredible exceptions.
Remember the old Digital World Acquisition?
Orders
There's a company
submitted.
called Symbiotic. SYM. I was if that's familiar. It's one of the more successful SPACs I have.
That's
been out there. Yeah, I mean, you know, literally every company.
I just mentioned robotics. That's something that is very, again, theoretically great. They actually may have to earn money next year, so we can't dismiss them.
Okay, there you go. You know, let's move on to back to the regular market. Pfizer. Now, there's a stock you've not wanted to own for at least 20 years.
Project X on Lucid. So happy for that. Yeah, that is not good. It's trash. Rivik is trash. Oh, bought one short. Bought one short on NQ. Abort. Abort my long. I'm down 600 on my TPT. I'm down 600. But watch. Oh, it's the 150k eval. So it's nothing. I'm still holding it. Yeah, it's an eval. I'm long at 341 on that one. I'm not gonna follow the bot yet because of the data. Nah, long term I don't think so, because on the 15 minutes looks like we have a lot more room to go down. I'm waiting for a bounce. That no short. Yeah, I'm not gonna long. No, bot went short at 313 just now. Yeah, 314. What's Chris? He didn't even show up today.
But what's going on with these is that the futures, this is an order stock, not an earnings stock, and the orders are great.
You know you don't jump into the bot position right away. Wait for the bounce. Should I exit my long? Yeah, about 10 minutes for that.
There's no surges or anything like that, right?
Eaton is the number one
Get them all pumped so I can get out. There we go, baby. There we go. I'm out.
Order filled.
And now they're mostly electrification. And the data center
data center and just trying to
Yeah, like the 3 minutes has a it's overbought. I mean oversold, so it's gotta bounce. Man, the bot would get right.
that it's about cooling, and that's further. It's about electricity, and that's heat, and it's about the actual running of the place, and that's core. You gotta know these things. And I think it's down 30 right now. So there's some
NVIDIA and the GPUs.
Right. And that person is saying, listen, or get me out of Eaton at the 350. I want to give you a 340 row with 1 million shares. So that's banging it. There's only 600,000 shares to trade. So the guy's going to take the stock down to 340 because that's what bad traders do. They don't understand how to trade. And that's also another lost story. But they'll take it to 340. At 340, we have to rethink.
Damn, look at that pump.
Things I didn't know about Eaton.
It's a good company. How about the banks, David? Do they care about the fact that the president? See, this is what I hear. I hear the president. There's very good exchange about Bank of America. Whether Bank of
I'm
America
gonna try to short a little bit.
Order filled.
Buffett could finish selling.
Order submitted.
I'm gonna join the bot now.
Thinks it's a good or bad.
Order filled.
They did have a nice day yesterday.
Order submitted.
Obviously, they have outperformed the S&P largely, other than Bank of America. which to your point is only up 4% this year.
Why drop it all?
Persistently high rates. I'm not sure. The value.
That's Buffett selling. He's heard
Buffett selling the value of the treasury portfolio. There's still sometimes
Order
is
Bill.
a bit of an issue as well, the long dated stuff. But yes.
Order Bill.
Yeah, I don't know. The underperformance of Bank of America is
Order submitted.
That's because they sell.
Order submitted.
Buffett's people, Berkshire.
That's a good short.
I just talked about eating the blowing the stock out. They won't come to a bid, so-called come to a bid. They won't say, listen, we want to get after it. We got 100 million shares and we want to sell them with a 40 low.
Yeah.
And make a bid for it. And what we
5
do,
minutes
we can
now.
actually
The data's
do it
coming out.
offering. And boom, they get that stuff done. And then there are other companies where the short squeezes are immense. You get Axon, okay? That's the old taser.
Yes.
Really good quarter. Rick Smith, terrific. People keep believing that this guy can't keep it up. This is a software as a service company for justice, literally for housing.
What that guy.
Rick Smith changed the business
I
model.
check the
Original
15 minutes.
It's a $65 billion
That still looks good on a longer term.
It's how records are kept at police departments. And by the way, if you wear an Axon body camera, think about how many lawsuits are cut. It's a quick way to be able to lower your insurance bills. And obviously, we think that officers are much less likely, not that they're out there to do things, but they're always bad actors, that they can be able to say, look, I didn't do anything. They can charge me. And Rick's got a lot of stuff on that. People can say, the assailant can say, I assailed him or her, but here's the body camera. So it's worth it. I've been behind that stock since it was at 30. Why? Because I met Rick Smith. I urged him to tase me. He wouldn't tase me, bro. I did. He said, I can't tase you.
Hello, crackhead. Big baller. Milking all the pop firms. How you doing?
Did I know what I'm doing?
He just woke up.
It's far from an easy quarter to digest.
Yeah, we won't see Van for in a couple of months.
Businesses, but overall,
Poor
the
guy.
asset number is easy to sort of see. It's $840 billion, and it was $696 billion a year ago. So they
Yeah, 10 grand. I mean,
closer to that $1 trillion asset number
Huh?
overall at a company that is, again, largely in many ways through Athene and
No, he went to bed. He got 2 more pro that he activated last night, and he made over the buffer. So he got about 900 payout coming up tonight. So he just went to bed because it's too sad. Yeah, he's not bad. They took his account and it won't pay him. Yeah. Nobody makes 10K in one day, like even a real job, you know? So, that sucks so bad.
And take a listen to Rowan on the call in terms of what he said when it comes to the 401k business.
Oh, so he went 15 NQ long, maybe 20 MNQ long, and then he was trying to take profit on MNQ, and he not sold it, but he pressed it too many times, so it went short. So he had short and long.
This to me is common sense.
Yeah.
It's an great reason on that stuff. By the way, David Simon.
It's an accident, but
Businessman Simon Properties talked about he's on the board of Apollo. How great.
no, same account. Like some people, they try to max out everything, like NQ, MNQ, try to make the max profit. And he just clicked it too many times and it went short on the MNQ while his NQ was still long.
I made before, Jim, but I wanted to make it again because we talked so often of late, given we got all the numbers from the hyperscalers last week. The $400 billion in
I
CapEx.
guess contract size per ticker, so I don't know.
Because there are many projects that are actually being financed by the
It's contract side per like NQ per MNQ, so I guess you can do that. I don't know.
The ultimate tenant is Meta.
Well, I'm just saying what it is. I don't know what he did, like the exact amount. You know what I mean?
Order filled.
Yeah, I'm just getting an example he told me.
Order submitted.
Incredibly highly rated credit in there, you know it's going to pay you double-digit numbers in terms of a return. You'll take it, but Meta will take it too because it doesn't have to show up as CapEx.
Great theme underneath this entire market that we don't talk about enough.
2 minutes into data, guys.
CoreWeave's obviously involved too.
Yes.
I would tell you,
CoreWeave involved. By the way, the FT reporting on something with CoreWeave that I reported on a couple of weeks ago, which is, of course,
Order
scientific
submitted.
holders are potentially going to hold them.
It is at the ISM. That's gonna be at 10 a.m., which is 15 minutes from now.
That is that acquisition for Scientific. And again, we'll see. We're still waiting on earnings where they may actually allow for the, I don't know if the unlock will happen then or in kind of late September on CoreWeave. You're not going to get a shareholder vote for the deal until after that.
Well, we should talk about, I mean, Palantir, incredible. Amazon.
Yeah.
It was down for the last 2 days.
Yes.
And down horribly the first big
Well,
day.
you kind of changed your tune, but
Okay.
you were decidedly more negative yesterday than you had right after earnings.
It's very interesting. If you listen to the Palantir poll, they love to write, do their job on OpenAI. They mentioned that. And that's a terrific endorsement of OpenAI. There are many people feel when you talk to venture capitalists, no, we don't want to write on Amazon Web Services because it's really built for retail. And if they spent more money.
Well, bot is short. I'm gonna short it if we pump some more. I'm just gonna follow the bot and get wrecked.
Then Amazon would be a better place to write. Now,
Order fill.
Here we go. Short again.
Come out the wash. But it is good to see Amazon coming back because a lot
Order
of that
submitted.
line made a lot of people feel that
Oh,
maybe
boy.
web services really has peaked.
Yeah.
And that's very important. And Leslie Picker's right there. I was just going to tell her.
I'm
I
short.
was going to say that I love her interview so much with J.P. Morgan. Jamie Dimon unfailingly mentions your parents, makes you feel great. And I was going to, but that was the when we were talking about the banks. But
Yeah.
glad that she's here. Anyway, Amazon, nice for
Nice for a comeback. You know, I did want to make a point. You mentioned Palantir. We can take a look at that stock, of course, because it is so
That
strong.
short might be
And
bad.
again, the multiple
That bot's getting
forward revenue
killed
is
on that
also
short.
something like 80+ times. So it means
I'm short at 63 now.
given the news we got yesterday about potentially a $20 billion revenue number next year. Last round valued OpenAI at $300 billion. I would just make the point that the revenue multiple on OpenAI, which is also growing incredibly fast, but obviously losing a lot of money, is far lower than Palantir.
It is, but remember, these places are, again, it's about ontology, what he would say, but
I need a
looking
dog.
at it institutionalistically and being able to figure out how to improve it rather rapidly. David, the big loser today is something I thought was very disappointing and tough. It's Vertex. And
Bot
Vertex
is not.
alternative.
No, bot's not gonna go long soon, but 3 minutes it's curving up for the upside for the bounce. But longer term, it might. I don't know. I need to get on my short note. I'd rather buy the dip instead. It was working earlier.
It didn't do the job.
Hopefully
There
they.
was no so it's just in terms of things that were terrible.
That's why I shorted.
it was that
I know. I'm just shorting with the bot.
it was very, very tough.
Hopefully the data would dump us in 15 minutes.
Their interview with the president earlier this morning made a lot of headlines, of course, on here on CNBC. In fact, he also, amongst them, claimed that J.P. Morgan and Bank of America rejected him as a customer. This provides claims that conservative clients were
Well, 4 high day. I might get it. I think we might get new all-time high today after AMD earnings.
They did discriminate. I had J.P. Morgan Chase. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. I could see if they want to, if they want to do something bad because you don't have any money and you're defaulted.
Just wait for 10 more minutes for data. Don't do
I'll
anything.
give you me as an example. I had hundreds of
Yeah,
millions.
that's the big one. That's the red folder.
Loaded up with cash. And they told me, I'm sorry, sir, we can't have you. You have 20 days to get out. I said, you got to be kidding. And then what happens is I call up Bank of America routinely because when I was president, this was after I got out, but I call up Bank of America
Even about to blow on this my funded futures. I hit DLL yesterday.
Was kissing my ass when I was president. And when I called him
At
after I was
150K on red. No, negative 800 on this short.
plus and a lot of other things. More importantly, to open
Normal
accounts, which
reset.
banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest free. You know, the overnights and things.
Damn, they're pumping this shit
They
up.
like accounts. Hundreds of accounts.
Okay, bot might go long next candle.
We can't do it. No, we can't do it.
We've got some response to those comments. J.P. Morgan, in
fact, amongst them. Leslie Picker, who covers this.
If I go long, I gotta wait for a dip for sure.
Yeah, so here's what the firm said. They said, quote, "We don't close accounts for political reasons, and we agree with President Trump that regulatory change is desperately needed. We commend the White House for addressing this issue and look forward to working with them to get this right." Now, the debanking conversation is one that really has reached kind of a fever pitch back at Davos, if you recall, when President Trump
called up Ryan Moynihan, who did not respond to him at
Yeah,
all.
we might get new high day for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. We've kind of moved past it very quickly.
404 is what I see.
Essentially over debanking. And what we've discovered as we kind of look at all of the individual cases is that largely there's something else at play. Usually it doesn't involve political discrimination. It doesn't involve religious discrimination. It's something else. So there was the situation with the Uganda charity. That was because Bank of America can't do business with charities outside of the U.S. There are a couple of other situations. Crypto is one that's been brought up a bunch. So usually that has to do with regulations, specifically the anti-money laundering regulations and the Know Your Customer.
It might not go long now. That thing's gone.
Was that a result of eviction?
My understanding is that banks, it's not a hard and fast rule, but typically, especially the bigger banks, do not do business with individuals who have been indicted. So following President
just indicted.
You
know, he did say, like, banks fear regulators. What else do banks fear besides regulators?
Good
Their
dip.
wives.
Come on, a little bit more so I can get out.
Their wives and their regulators.
I'm doing bad on TikTok trader.
Female, Bible ladies. Yeah, Jane Fraser.
The straight to fund it plus. It's hard to get a payout because I did make 500 a day. At most it's 6, so 4 more days. Halfway through, it's hard. I'm out.
An amazing person.
TikTok trader.
So he's not letting up, though, is he? On this.
But yeah, don't go on it. Save your money for Lucid next. Well, I can't say it on YouTube, but yeah, save your money for
The Wall
Lucid.
Street Journal this morning about a potential executive order
I
that's
love
being
Lucid.
drafted that
They
would
love
kind
me.
of tackle this issue. But it really is kind of this large.
We got a lot of freebies coming.
Involving who banks can do business with. The rules aren't super.
Oh yeah,
clear.
couple minutes, right?
Banks because of their political affiliation or
Yeah, it's not through rides or anything. I think something called Marketplace or whatever, or Plaid. It goes straight to your bank.
It's not clear, but they want more clarity on kind of those KYC rules, those know your customer
8 days, I
rules,
think.
money.
But they would have asked Brian Moynihan to do something he shouldn't have done, according to the board of directors. But maybe he would have had to go out there and do it. It's just, you gotta play by the rules. There you go. That's a good thing to live by. To play by the rules.
As long as you know what the rules are.
Hey, money is money, right?
We're gonna have a lot more on this.
9 minutes.
Well, you're net positive now over there, right?
Yeah, I only got
Oh, yeah.
9 more minutes with you, too. We didn't get to talk about Mary. Well, first we're going to get services PMI. We got
Order canceled.
Show, Jim. Rick Santelli.
Order
has those
submitted.
numbers, Rick.
David, these are S&P ISM at the top of the hour. Services PMI July final improved from the mid-month. Mid-month 55.2. This reading 55.7. They both remain, even the revision, the highest level of the year going back to December of last year. Same could be said for the composite figure.
Well, those Apex. Wait, you added those Apex for last month, right? And then on the 31st. Oh yeah, that's gonna be hard for you to beat. That's massive.
Sector's the largest swath of the economy. You may have noticed we're hovering in the low 420s and 10s for the third straight session in a row as the range.
ISIS, Lucid, Big Sell. Okay, coming up.
We had Friday's jobs report. Squawk on the street will return.
Big. Well, doesn't matter for it don't matter for you. You don't like Project X. You. Yeah.
The bond report is brought to you by
You got 50 points yet on YouTube?
Fixed income.
Yeah.
Self-help isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement
That's-
for years. Now you need to
ISIS the one that say do that.
learn to wait.
fuck yourself over.
Comfortable retirement kit with the help you need to make your retirement.
That is true.
Including the
That is
Investor's
true.
Guide to a Comfortable Retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins.
Oh, I didn't exit my
These
short.
gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in
Good job, you didn't blow yet.
with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call
Not that many people blowing up on a TPT yet.
receive a free bonus over a $55 value.
5 minutes into data.
870-6353 to secure your 1932
What do you mean by Friday?
gold Indian coins before they sell
For
out.
the refund?
You must act fast. Call now.
No. Are y'all?
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow.
Oh, I thought talking about a refund.
Yield cash account at Public actually at higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments.
You can take longer. You don't have to pass in 5 days. Just take your time. You know what I mean?
Financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access.
I know. First the payout doesn't mean you're gonna get a payout. That's how you end up losing. Take your time like me.
CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, real world insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
All right, welcome back. All I got time for is asking you what you got on the big show tonight.
I am so excited. There's a company called MNTM that came public recently. It's got Mark Douglas. Really is like the foremost guy in terms of
Who, man?
advertising.
Man, that motherfucker, he's a DJ and he just all in on everything. So, like I said, you think they make a lot, but you don't know how much they spend. That's the thing.
I would point out that someone like Mark Douglas and someone like Reddit, this is the new way to advertise.
I got motherfuckers having $100,000 payout and then DM me on Twitter for some freebies. I'm like, go fuck off, dude. You made $100K and you're asking me for freebie.
It's a very exciting time, and that's an example, by the way.
No. One a white guy.
Create new jobs for them. So I want to
So you don't know how much they spend. They can make 100,000, but they probably spend like 120, 130,000 to make that. So
Hopeful for it and open-minded to it.
But it should be the theme, but being aware.
yeah, they don't know because they don't track the spending.
The dislocation could be the lengths of which we've
I don't know what we're going to do with all these people got a college degree, paid $90,000, $360,000, $400,000, and boom, no chance.
Come on, let them want to get something to get out.
Keep thinking about it. Let me know if you come up with something. Coming up more of what
Order
President Trump had to say
canceled.
this morning on CNBC.
Order submitted.
Ooh, 2.5 minutes. Let's go. What's Kite? He's quiet. Yeah. No, because my funny future has never replied back yet to credit the account. Yeah, with them, you have to send them the email and then they'll credit the account. I like firms that give you like the codes, so it's easier.
Doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi,
Well, typically the same thing. You gotta email them, but like Tradeify and other firms, they give you the code, which is easier for me.
Find affordable solutions.
We do, Aaron. We're the replacement window division of Anderson, one of the largest window manufacturers in North America. So we can usually offer our customers larger discounts and better financing than smaller companies or contractors.
other window companies don't offer your same window and door installation method.
Our installers
2 minutes.
thousands of windows. Our windows are manufactured to precisely fit your specific window openings. Being custom built also means if you have any beautiful trim that you'd like to keep, we can install your windows without impacting that trim. You won't get this with most vinyl windows.
And you offer a free window and patio door diagnosis?
We do. We'll come to your home and assess your current windows, show you where you might be losing energy, and take measurements. Then we'll give you an exact price quote.
So you're not a high-pressure company.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now I just want to help homeowners make their homes more beautiful and comfortable with the right window.
And your patio doors are really gorgeous.
They are. And they're engineered to easily open and close for years. And with multiple locking points on our patio doors,
30
they
seconds.
provide even greater security.
That is so great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before August 31st, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. That's 40% off. Plus, get an additional $45 off each window and door with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Call before August 31st to schedule your appointment. 1-800-918-0808. That's 1-800-918-0808.
Oh, yes. Why my other one didn't take profit? Wow.
Order filled.
Hell, finally. Woo. My funded future fucked me on that one. It didn't take profit at all. It gets froze. I made 240 instead of 800.
Commission free today with no account minimums. Weeknights.
I caught that. Trust the bot, baby. Oh, you want to buy the jet? Nah. I don't know. Let me check the 3 minutes. Yeah, I still got more upside. We should buy the dip. I'll put 330. I'll buy the dip at 330.
submitted.
Oh, that straight to funding? Oh my god, that's so good. Got it free and got 2 payouts. That's the best thing in life. Oh yeah, I gotta post that up. Are you gonna post it on Twitter? No, don't post it on Twitter. Yeah, and I don't want him getting mad and not giving me anymore. That is sick. I like it. Has it been 10 days since your last payout on Tradify?
Service sector PMIs. These are fresh, first time look in July.
Nice.
Expecting 51.5-ish on the headline. Comes in light. 50.1, sequentially lower and light
I don't know if I should long or not.
The weakest since, well, just a couple
Well, it
months
hit
ago,
330, I'm
May of
long.
this year. If you look at prices paid, it's going in the wrong direction. 69.9, following 67.5, well above
Was it $5,000 payout total so far on that?
9.9 would be the highest rate of prices paid since
Also 4K. That's nice.
Look for yields to pay attention to that potentially. And new orders, 50.3, 51.3
Good shit.
in the rear view.
Good fucking shit. Love it.
Since a couple months ago, the month of May. And finally, the employment index. 46.4 follows 47.2. 46.4 would be the weakest since March.
But yeah, Twitter got a lot of pocket watcher, man. It's so bad. The shit they DM me.
Paying more attention to the prices paid inflationary implications. It's the weakness that seems to be taking the market as yields are moving down just a bit, but I don't want to overemphasize how tight these ranges are. Basically 421 and 10. We've seen it a lot the last 72 hours. Mike, back to you.
Trav, Rick, thank you very
Oh,
much.
JMU saw your post on Twitter. Said, "Oh my god, that's a badass trader."
China and India. Meg Casella has the highlights. Hi, Meg.
Hey guys, good morning. So quite a newsy interview, especially on the trade front this morning. The president really touting.
But now you've been doing good for the last, I think, 3 to 4 months.
Countries as well, but he also
Really good.
talked about one country whose tariff rates might change before that implementation date on Thursday, and that's India. Take a listen here.
So
We settled on
Yeah, but the spending is less
25%,
than
but I
most
think I'm
people.
going to raise that very substantially over the next 24 hours because they're buying Russian oil, they're fueling the war machine, and if they're going to do that, then I'm not going to be happy.
So not appearing to have settled, guys,
Yep.
yet on what rate he will
Yep.
be listing that 25% level 2, but clearly going to be something substantial for a pretty sizable U.S. trading partner. He had said that the India tariffs would take effect on Thursday. The secondary tariffs against Russia, he had previously
You can't hear
said would take
anybody
effect
else,
on
so it's
Friday,
just
so we
me.
are expecting some final movement and something to be signed to that effect later this week. The president then also spoke about China. He said things are going well there. He believes they have the makings of a deal, but he didn't go so far as to guarantee a meeting between him and Chinese President Xi Jinping later this year. Take a listen to that.
He asked for a meeting, and I'll end up having a meeting before the end of the year, most likely, if we make a deal. If we don't make a deal, I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? But we're getting very close to a deal.
Filled.
Fuck, I went long.
Now, guys, the president has been very
Order
sensitive to
submitted.
this idea of whether he or whether she first reached out and asked for a meeting. Chinese experts that I've spoken to say it's unlikely the Chinese were the ones asking for the meeting, and they also say it's
Checking out
unlikely that
Discord, doesn't look like
Xi
people are
Jinping,
blowing
I
up
should say,
today, so that's
would
good.
agree to a meeting or some sort of a summit unless there was a deal in hand. So that's something to watch as we wait to see if something like that gets put on the calendar. Guys?
Yeah, Megan, it's
Oof,
David.
that dip.
Any idea where India might end up and what exemptions, if any, will be a part of that? You know, I kind of also find myself wondering about Apple, which is we made the point of move much of the production of its iPhone meant for the U.S. market to India and what the impact might be if that's not in some way
Fuck is
exempted.
doing good.
We don't have any hard numbers yet for India. The president this morning just saying he was increasing it very substantially. But when he's talked about these secondary tariffs targeting Russia in the past, and China and India would be the main countries being affected by that, he's talked about secondary tariffs as high as 100%. If that's additive, does that mean 125% against India? And then we're back in the territory where we were with China earlier this year.
That's gonna be green on the short soon.
And I'd say it could go either way there. Mostly, this White House says that they haven't wanted to offer most exemptions, but on some of the heftiest tariffs we've seen so far, Brazil being the most recent example, with 50% tariffs, the exemptions have been quite sweeping. So it's sort of a wait and see. We'll see what we can hear from the White House throughout the rest of the day today.
All right, Megan, we'll be watching. Thank you, Megan Gasella in D.C. Let's get back to the markets. The S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow coming off
I
of the
tried
best
long
day
at
they've had
304.
since May 27th. Goldman Sachs Chief U.S. Equity Strategist David Costin joins us here on set. David, good to have you towards the end of earnings season. And I wanted to come to you on something we were discussing
If it
yesterday.
pumps more,
which
I'll
was the
short at
market
390.
outperformance on earnings growth of the Max 7 minus NVIDIA, so really 6, right, versus the rest of the market. You make a point of it as well in your notes. You know, 23% year-over-year earnings growth versus something like 4% for the rest of the S&P, right? What do we make of that? What does that mean for the market?
David, I think the thing you should take away from that is the expectation was going into earnings season, it would be 14 percentage points, and it ended up being 22 percentage points. I think that is a key number to think about, that the surprise, the magnitude surprise, was really concentrated in those Magnificent Six until we get the NVIDIA in a couple of weeks. So I think that's a key issue. I think the broad takeaway from earnings thus far, we're about, at the end of this week, we'll be about 85% of the way through earnings season, is that you had positive surprises, you had guidance, and the commentary from management was generally positive. And that's a good backdrop for equity market, generally speaking. So first of all, you had 2/3 of the companies beat earnings expectations.
Any more
So
data coming out?
coming in was around 4 percentage points of earnings growth. It ended up being just about 9. So that's a positive surprise. Now, admittedly,
although almost all of it was due to
a lot of it came from there, but the rest was 4%. Correct. It was still positive, surprises, expectations. The second is the improvement, the guidance, and companies were raising guidance. And I think here you get a sense of the breadth of what's taking place. You had basically half the companies this quarter raise guidance for the forward year, whereas in the first quarter, only about a quarter did. So therefore, you have these results, and to your point, yes, you had good results in the Magnificent Six thus far, but really it was the breadth of their commentary. And then the third issue we take away is, what did management have to say about things? And they are of the view that they can mitigate the cost of these tariffs. And that's an important distinction. That's really where most of the portfolio managers are really asking a lot of questions on right now. It's tariffs and rates. And the tariff side of it is 60% of them expect to raise rates. 75% think they're going to push back on their suppliers. And ultimately, they'll be able to maintain their margins.
60% think they're going to raise prices.
Expect to raise prices.
They're going to push back.
Right. In terms of their commentary. And obviously, some of it they'll have to absorb as well.
Do you think they would actually say, though, if they weren't able to mitigate the tariffs? I mean, coming onto the conference call as if their job to be like, guys, we've got a plan, here's what it is, and we'll kind of find out later what the real impact is going to be?
Well, Leslie, it's an excellent point, because some of the commentary in Washington, D.C. looks at our companies actually going to raise prices, but they have the fiduciary obligation on behalf of transmitting to shareholders what's actually likely to happen, and their policy and their strategy is to raise prices right now. Not saying their only strategy, obviously looking to push back on their suppliers and try to reduce the input costs, but ultimately someone has to pay for the tariffs. And thus far, managements have said they're able to cut costs and push back on suppliers and raise prices, and thus far maintain the margins. And that's really the key issue, because the economy is growing at about 1% rate. That's real GDP 1% below trend. You have inflation that's closer to 3%. That means your real GDP is around 4%, and 4% real GDP is what most companies grow their revenue, their top line, at nominal GDP, about 4%, which means in order to get 7% earnings growth, you need to get to building blocks that's going to incorporate margin at least flat, maybe a little bit higher.
So given all that, do you think that the big tech earnings have been cushioning some of the macro news that we've seen? How would you kind of characterize the market's response to the headlines, especially the last week?
I would characterize it in terms of the narrow breadth of the market, that a relatively large percentage of the return for the index, the top line index, is coming from these companies. Admittedly, they're about a third of the market cap of the index, so obviously they matter a lot. That's, I'd say, the key takeaway. And they are driving a lot of the conversations around AI, around efficiencies, and how other companies are spending money. And so those themes are ones that really are capturing most of the investor conversation right now.
Now, is that what you would advise investors to do, is essentially defer to that market message? It's the AI theme driving most of it, or are there other places to look? We have actually seen cyclical stocks relative to defensive ones hold up pretty well, even though we're talking about subpar GDP and, maybe the need for rate cuts.
Are you trading, David?
The message that we look at, the analysis we look at, is that the cyclicals relative to defensives are pricing, equity market pricing, as though the economy is growing closer to 3%. It's not, but the equity market's pricing is such. So we're concerned on the move in the cyclical stocks, and a lot of the conversation is around the largest companies. And so I think about AI in terms of phases. And so a lot of this move has been in the infrastructure related companies, infrastructure kind of related to AI, utilities, power companies, some of the semiconductors other than NVIDIA, and focus more on the application software companies, where a lot of the their customers are spending money to try to get the data in a way that they can use and apply AI. So that's, I think about the phases around AI, and that's the phase we're focused on right now.
Anybody else? Anybody for Costa?
Well, I mean,
don't force it. I mean, all right. So what about your targets? What does it all mean?
So what does it all mean? We got the S&P index at around 6,600, about 5% up from now to the end of the year, and about almost 10% to 6,900 at the end of 12 months. So looking out 1 year from today, that's the expectation. That's a reasonably solid return around the idea of earnings growth, David. That's
I think it might drop more. We might lose 300 actually later.
Next year, it's the trajectory of earnings as opposed to multiple expansion. The stock market trades at 23 times earnings, so it's a really, really expensive, historically speaking, expensive market. And the typical stock trades at 19 times, which is still high, but not as high as
went long on my
impact of large companies in the Bank 7.
Orders submitted.
It's David, thank you as always.
Thank you.
David Schatz, Goldman Sachs. Here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. After the break, a record high for Palantir. We're going to talk about that company's strong quarter driven by AI. It did push revenues to over $1 billion. That was a first.
Plus, JP Morgan responding after President Trump called out the firm, along with Bank of America, over so-called debanking of conservatives. New details ahead.
And Google just making headlines on a potentially major advance in AI.
I still think AMD is gonna pump the market. What's up, ads? We have a mic, ads. Yeah.
some people like doing things.
I'm
the
long
hard
at
way,
319
like
right
doing their
now.
finances with a spreadsheet.
You're gonna
Instead
get
of doing
killed by the
Quicken,
dip.
Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place.
Should I aim for
and
1,000 a
updates
day for
How
9
easy is
days
that?
on my 150
Jason,
instead of trying to rush it?
Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart.
Order
We
filled.
make coffee that supports our community. And Walmart played a big
Order
part.
filled.
Oh, yeah.
Spends was the product
Order
made in
submitted.
Walmart assembled right here in the U.S.
So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
Your home, we're making it easy to completely refresh your bathroom with our buy one
Order
get one
filled.
And I'm out.
Buy a full bathroom remodel and get a tub to shower converted to another bathroom for free. Heard that right. Get a fresh, modern upgrade to your main bathroom and eliminate that outdated, hard-to-clean tile or old fiberglass unit for free. Visit wetshorehome.tv to learn more, or call 888-4-WETSHORE to lock in the savings. Buy one, get one savings from West Shore Home.
Found it then.
Of course I did.
Order filled.
Long again.
Order submitted.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different.
Yeah.
Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my
I'm long
family
at
order
15
bills.
and I'm out. I'm at $900. Just need one more 100.
Order submitted.
I'll be done. Yeah, on the eval though.
Some news out of Google. Let's get to Mackenzie Segalis. She has the details. Mackenzie.
Hey there, David. So today, Google's unveiling a system able to generate realistic,
Order
interactive
submitted.
environments from a text prompt, part of a long-term effort toward artificial general intelligence, building AI agents that can think, plan, and act without real-world
Order
trials.
filled.
Now, most of the attention has been on incorporating AI into the
Order
Gemini app
filled.
and search. But
Order
another quarter
submitted.
of DeepMind, the alphabet unit behind some of the company's
Order
biggest
submitted.
breakthroughs in AI, has quietly been
Order
pouring
filled.
resources
There we
into
go.
an
1,000.
ambitious project.
Should I stop or keep going?
to train future AI agents.
I'm gonna keep going. I can't
Chief
stop.
scientist of AI, Fei
Order
Li, is
submitted.
working on a similar approach at a
Yeah, it's
company that she
eval
founded
though.
last year. But your
I know it's
big
eval.
makers
It's
haven't put
okay.
the same emphasis on this kind of research.
Okay. Yeah, 15 minutes might have more drop.
Multimodal models that can handle text, images,
Bot's still
and video,
red
which
anyway,
could
so
someday grow into something like this.
not
But
much
no
now.
interactive virtual worlds just yet. And Google's trying to build all this while its top talent is getting poached. Microsoft recently hired away 24 DeepMind researchers, including the VP behind Gemini, and Meta's dangling bonuses as big as $100 million to pull in even more. Now, that kind of brain drain raises the stakes
You up
for
a lot
Google
now?
to keep projects
Damn
like
it.
this moving forward, since they're meant to be the building blocks for true human-like AI. Guys?
Mackenzie, just so maybe I can vaguely understand what's going on here. A lot of times when you hear these advances and there's these maybe objective measures of saying, oh, the model performs well on these standards. I gather that's for LLMs. This is something different. This is creating virtual worlds for the purposes
I need to work on
of
my Pro.
training AI agents.
I'm long at 307.
Order
Maybe
submitted.
there's a Xerox effect here, but I'm
Order
wondering
submitted.
where this is going to get implemented at some point into something.
Order
Well,
filled.
that's exactly the question. This is the technology side of
Yeah, you're
Google's
right.
AI
I
work, but
should
it
not do
looks
that.
into the kind of long horizon research that the company is prioritizing, still funding. But to your point, the question is, will they commercialize it
Order.
and create new
Order
products
submitted.
that actually
Order
defend
filled.
Oh
the
shit.
that everyone
That might
comes
not be
to value?
good.
Keep in mind, the focus on this is still relatively new. DeepMind spun up this dedicated
That's
work
not
Order
good.
submitted.
led by former
But it's
OpenAI
green.
researcher Tim Brooks. Back in October, they brought him in-house, placing it alongside
Should not fade a
Gemini
bot.
as part of this long-term strategy to develop
Let me
embodied
get
AI
out.
and simulation-based training. And then in terms of how much this business is worth,
Come on, I need a pump. Get me out of here.
Google Cloud employee. Well, her company company World Labs, they're focused on building large world models in AI spatial intelligence. They launched last year with $230 million in funding and a $1 billion valuation. Really, the question for Google is whether this research eventually turns into products that people value. But at this point, it's just a bet on a far-off future.
Yeah, many of those being laid right now. Mackenzie, thank you.
Come on.
Palantir hitting a record high this morning after a second quarter beat on the top and bottom.
Yeah, I think so. Watts up 20 points.
In quarterly revenue for the first time ever.
I'll get out.
Year over year.
Nice.
Jefferies analyst Brent Thill, he has an underperform rating at a $60 price.
Oh, so you just got to flip now?
Palantir. Brent, great to have you weigh in here. I know that, you've kind of been dealing on these two tracks when it comes to Palantir. The fundamental performance continues to be impressive. It's hard to make peace with the valuation. What did this new report tell you along those fronts?
I think what it tells us
Are you long too, Gambit? It looks like you're long already.
We haven't seen before.
I'm at 303. What about you?
5% plus operating margin. No one in the industry is doing this, so every software CEO is taking notice and trying to figure out what is happening. Dr. Karp's announcement to you this morning that he would like to do this with fewer employees and grow 10x the revenue is also a huge wake-up call for all of us that AI is going to take our jobs. And so I think right now, we're just
Get out my pro when I mess with that.
Of software as it relates to
that was scary.
growth and profitability.
I'm still holding the 150 eval, but all my funding I'm out. I'm not messing with it.
Is bigger than Adobe and Salesforce combined. And those companies have $7 billion revenue. And Palantir next year,
Order filled. Order submitted.
Will have $6 billion.
Order filled.
So
Order filled.
The market's forward paying for this in a big way. We haven't ever seen multiples at 75 times forward revenue. It's never sustained. We've had 4 quarters of accelerating growth. And so what we've said is that at some point, when that growth just decelerates a bit, so will the multiple. And that's the biggest concern. But look, there's nothing to be concerned right now. They're executing incredibly well. And again, I think it's a scary moment for everyone to realize that they think they can grow 10x with fewer employees. Now, they added headcount in the quarter. They were up pretty materially. So we'll see if they can hold court on that. But again, I think we're just seeing basically a story we've never seen, and it's really hard to judge because there isn't anything relatively anything near it to judge it against.
Right, which I guess maybe.
And then take 35% off in soon. I haven't been open yet.
I'm sorry, over $400 billion market cap, because you can tell yourself any story about just how steep this curve is going to be and how long it's going to stay.
Are you still long, Gambit?
Talk about reducing count at Palantir.
I just went long at 92.
Stupendous growth. It's interesting in the sense that you are a little bit concerned about their sales model, right?
Order submitted.
Going out into the field
with a traditional 40 points now.
Sales staff and trying to get new clients.
Come on, pump it up, baby.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's super unique story, which is their deployments and their customers have spoke for themselves. So this is testament to how good their products are, that they don't need a big sales team. On every single call, Dr. Karp has said this repeatedly, that we have a tiny sales team. And he believes in those take dinners and golfing on Fridays with clients. He believes in producing a great product that speaks for itself. That then spins the flywheel. And again, something super
that drop
across the industry. The one company Atlassian started this way, and now they're having to invest in a direct sales team. So I think again, what's really different are the growth rates, the go-to-market model. And again, this speaks to the testament of how good the products are. We spoke to many customers, and the customers are very happy. They're increasing their spend. They believe in the product. So this isn't necessarily any hocus pocus in terms of the product not.
I'm not. I'm on eval. I'm not Gambit.
This is a solution that works and is being driven, and sales and marketing is being driven by success of those customers rather than the steak dinners and the constant sales interaction, which again is another model that many are using in the industry and are following that.
Yeah, bring this up not because you mentioned steak dinners and golfing, but I was trying to think of analogs for a stock that had this huge run, you know, in its first few years as a public company. Everyone said it was too expensive all along the way, and that would be Salesforce. Now, it had nothing like this revenue multiple, but it is certainly on an earnings basis relative to its peers at the time. There was a constant kind of big pool of skeptics out there that said, you know, they can't really grow into this valuation. Is there any kind of rationale to that comparison?
Ooh, new low day.
There's been no real comparison. I mean, we've seen through the years, right, during you know, the 90s and 2000s, Siebel and what happened there. We saw Snowflake go to 50 plus times revenue, and then the multiple came back to single digits, and then recouped the multiple, and now it's low double digits. We see two stocks right now that are, you know, great companies like CrowdStrike and Cloudflare.
Order
between 18 and
There we
25
go.
times revenue.
Hell yeah.
But then the gap
Pump it.
to get from Cloudflare at 25 times to 75 times a Palantir, there's nothing in between. So there's no cities to stop at in between those multiples. So the highest multiples we've seen, and most of them have come back because you can't sustain that growth for that period of time. So again, we're not saying they can't do it. We're just saying we've never seen it before. And I think that's the hard thing for many of us that have been doing this for a while. There is no comparison.
Right. Yeah, and we know the company, you know, kind of looks to directly sell itself on an investor relations basis to retail investors. The street's been a little bit of a skeptic all along. We'll see where it goes from here, Brent. Really appreciate it.
So the new numbers boosting Apollo shares and what executives had to say about a, quote, very, very large market opening up. Plus, big moves in healthcare. Vertex, one of the biggest laggards on the S&P 500 this morning. Those shares down more than 17% right now. We'll break it all down with the head of BMO's Healthcare Research Group. And speaking of earnings, don't miss the CEO of Tanger with his read on the consumer and the quarterly results, helping shares this morning.
Nice pump. There you go.
Oh, so you booked the reporter? Well, that's ridiculous. Rock stars being corporate size.
What they did is making you all rock stars.
Sorry.
Happy.
Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Order filled.
See you tomorrow.
Order submitted.
Oh shit. My thing went long now.
Order submitted with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Order filled. White House Financial. Build for what's ahead.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
My name is Mike Hammond, founder of Cigna Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction. I love outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Cigna Relief patch.
Nice.
Clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable, and there's a real money-back guarantee.
See, the 3 minutes looks like you got room for more downside.
Can give you your life back.
Same with 15, so we might go lower. I might get out.
The first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Cigna Relief patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise the patch works.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Arrow does using
Was the ISM bad or something?
social content. So I can let the world
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy, melting it all away with comfort that doesn't quit. Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. Go zero to lazy with full body comfort fully made for you. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Worldwide Exchange, weekdays 5 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Introducing CNBC
NBC Plus.
Oh, then
This is the
62.
streaming platform from the
Order
number one source
submitted.
in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Traditional asset managers have struggled with the rise of passive and the decline of active. Active being the higher fee, more value-added business. I believe we are watching traditional managers begin to redefine what active management is, rather than the buying and selling of stocks. The addition of private assets to heretofore solely public portfolios. There are lots of examples out there of collaborations, and we are in the beginning stages of this, but this has the potential to be a very, very large market, and most importantly, to serve a clientele that we historically, as an industry, have not had access to. I believe we are on the cusp of being able to serve the 401k
Order
and the
filled.
defined contribution marketplace. I expect there to be
Here we go.
significant
Order
proposed changes
filled.
to the regulatory landscape
Order
to make
filled.
this easier. This, to me, is common sense.
I knew you were quiet.
401k funds access to or greater access to private markets. Shares up about 1% this morning after a beat on earnings, primarily driven by higher fee-related revenue and record origination activity, while core retirement outflows slowed. He was asked kind of what the key impediments are to having greater 401k ubiquity in the private world, and he said the impediments have been on some of the embedded businesses, record keeping, technology reporting, kind of archaic.
Everybody got a job.
The primary problem has been litigation. This has been a very litigious
Dang, it's
area
9:30
where
already?
sponsors and others have
Time's
basically
going by
been
quick.
forced
And I don't
to
want
take
to
the
fucking
lowest cost
babysit.
option rather than the one that produces the best net return. If they want to see kind of reform, it's on that litigation reform element of it. This idea that yes, we charge high fees for our products, but we can deliver the returns because that's a fiduciary.
And obviously, you know, the one
Too early, buddy. Too early, buddy.
liquidity, you know, obviously you're not talking about daily liquidity here, not that you need it
You
for
might get it.
401k, of course.
Right. So that's what they would say is that the kind of duration match is superior.
So why didn't we short with the bot? Dude, I had a short at 365 earlier. Should have kept that. 100 points.
Get access to kind of take that money out. Additionally, transparency in terms of returns and so forth. But he did say,
Yeah, I didn't
don't know the exact number, but it'll be
Well, I
a
did
few
tell you
billion
it's going to dip
dollars
more in
this
15
year for
minutes.
us of
Just
origination
need
as
it.
the 401k channel. So that I thought was an
No.
interesting number because again, this isn't something that's illegal necessarily. They just want more regulatory clarity, and they want the plan sponsors who are thinking about this to have a bit more protection on the litigation side. As it
Yeah,
relates to fiduciary duty
62.
and paying these high fees for something that may or may not deliver.
I mean, you may not need daily liquidity, but you really do want the NAV to be something close to, you know, what the real value is there. I mean, you people borrow against it. I mean, it's, you know, so we'll see how, you know, what parameters are placed.
There we
around
go.
that.
Finally, good image on chat TPT.
That the NAV trades lower. We
Use
thought they were
code
approaching square.
Bugatti.
They had to do a bunch of buybacks
Direct
to get NAV
test
up.
and
That's the
resets.
frustration of some people who are invested in hedge funds that invest heavily in privates as well. Where are they marking them? And or, I mean, the Tigers of the world during obviously significant downturns. It's
You
always
long again?
Order filled.
I'll join you.
That brings it to the realization issue, which is another thing I talked
Order
about.
filled.
The reason we haven't seen so many IPOs of private equity-backed companies is because of that dynamic. They hadn't necessarily all
submitted.
taken the marks when they needed to based on, 2020, 2021 valuations. And so therefore, they're kind of holding on to it, waiting to see, waiting for these companies to grow into their
I
valuation.
mean, it's not just us buying the dip, right? Everybody buying the dip.
For the realization component for companies like Apollo to be able to distribute more capital back to their limited partners. So that's something that they addressed also on the call.
Order
basically
filled.
saying our peers think there's going to be this kind of
Right, about 30
rising
bucks
tide that lifts all boats in terms of realizations
on my
and
payout.
activity and M&A activity. But they seem a little more sanguine about it. Kind of like, we'll wait and see. We hope our peers are right, but we'll be okay either
Oh
way.
shit, what did it just hit?
All right. Time now for a CNBC News
Order
update. Silvana now has that for us.
Wow.
Silvana.
Hey, Mike, good morning. Norway, Sweden, and Denmark announced a $500 million
Order
NATO-led
submitted.
initiative today that will supply Ukraine with U.S. weapons. So this package includes Patriot missiles to assist with Kyiv's air defense against Russia. President Trump said last month the U.S. would continue to supply weapons to Ukraine, which would be paid by European allies. The announcement of the package came today as Russia attacked a railway hub in Ukraine's
Kharkiv region, killing 2. Local officials say
Order
Moscow launched
filled.
34 drones overnight.
Order
Now,
submitted.
it disrupted rail service and caused significant damage to the railway infrastructure. And the Coast Guard released its final report on the implosion of Ocean Gate's Titan submersible in June 2023. 5 people were killed 90 minutes into their descent to view the wreckage of the Titanic. The Coast Guard said in the 335-page report that the implosion was preventable, and the primary factor for the disaster was the company's failure to follow
Order
established
filled.
engineering protocols for safety and for testing. David, back to you.
Order filled.
Okay, Scott, thank you.
Order submitted.
Hims and Hers
Order
making
submitted.
a big comeback this morning after an initial
Order
plunge
submitted.
in those shares on results. We'll have more on what is driving a volatile
I
morning.
think we're down a lot. We're only down 0.2%. There's really nothing. What's the next level down? Damn. 150 the next level down. That's a long drop.
And then it's going to go to 250% because we want pharmaceuticals made in our country.
We'll discuss what companies could be impacted the most.
I'm down 1,000 on my 150 TPT. I'll average one more. I was, but I'm holding the long since 310. I'm gonna average down with 200. If we hit 205.
Order submitted.
Right there in March.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle
A
market.
250 need a
Our data
hold.
shows that this deal works.
Filled.
Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and
Nope.
more. See
Wow.
this? Insights that impact.
Don't tell me the bot's gonna have 100 points down.
This is the Grand Lux, where thoughtful luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural materials. Every layer, every stitch
I have
is crafted
my
for
TPT Pro at 258.
sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted. The pinnacle of conscious comfort.
Order filled.
Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Experience the Grand Lux mattress by Avocado. Dream of better.
Are you
I think we'll get a bounce.
AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with iSurvey, you can...
Order submitted.
Ask your doctor about iSurvey.
Bless you.
iSurvey is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. iSurvey is an eye injection. Don't
Order
take it if you have
filled.
an infection or active swelling in or around your
Yeah.
eye. iSurvey can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD.
Order
iSurvey may
submitted.
temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or
Order
exam.
canceled.
Got that.
iSurvey is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve your vision longer. Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about iSurvey
Order submitted.
today.
Kia Turbo Hybrid.
Yeah, 15 minutes got more room. 3 minutes. We're near oversold. We haven't hit it yet, but we're close to it. Then we'll probably get a little bounce.
Get any more?
Yeah, bounce so we can blow our accounts.
Do what's yet to be done. The Kia Carnival Turbo Hybrid. Kia. Movement that inspires.
With Redfin, you'll know the moment your next place hits the market. Whether you're looking to buy your dream home or rent a sweet pad. Give us your gotta have it wish list of features. You'll receive
Aw, baby,
real-time
give me that
notifications
bounce.
tailored just for you. Ready to see it up close and personal? Scheduling a tour is just a tap away. Download the Redfin app today.
Ooh.
Shares of Hims and Hers Health making a big comeback this morning after initially slumping double digits on earnings. Let's get to Brandon Gomez with more on what's moving this one, Brandon.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, HIM's bouncing back from session lows. Shares were down as much as 13% after a mixed quarter. Let's start with the good, and we'll get into the bounce back in just a second. EPS beat 17 cents a share versus the expected 15.
I have negative $50 on my Pro now.
Not to mention the company's
No more payout.
long-term game. CEO Andrew Dutton saying on the call that he is
Orders
reiterating a
submitted.
bold 2030 target of 6.5 billion in revenue. But investors who were already watching for signs of
It's just weird. Yesterday it would not dip at all. Now it came in pump.
revenue for Q2 missed the mark. Both GLP-1 and core revenues slipped quarter over quarter.
Ouch.
And Q3 EBITDA guidance came in soft. Now, I spoke to the company's CFO yesterday ahead of the call about that. He told me the company plans to reinvest in growth initiatives, namely focused on talent acquisition costs in tech, spending more in Q3 on marketing within weight loss and other specialty products to overcome some of the seasonality headwinds. Now, you add to that some more vague warnings around regulatory risks tied to their compounded weight loss drugs. And as far as fundamentals are concerned, the growth story gets a bit shakier. Bottom line here, Mike, long-term vision is intact, but near-term execution remains under the microscope. As for the bounce back that we're seeing this morning, this stock is heavily shorted with a 33% short interest. No real
You blew
catalyst
it?
for the rebound that I can see beyond that. Shares.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Oh dang, Tyson blew his too. Tinyson. Yeah. That sucks.
Typically, Halloween items arrive in August for the time when the tariffs were at 145%. It really
Were you playing
disrupted
NQ?
all of the supply chain
Ah.
from China. I would say
Yeah, I'm doing MAQ. I'm down 300 on the TPT at 25K.
shortages
Orders
because
canceled.
those larger retailers will have to rely on the inventory that is in the United States right now.
That pump, save.
There's
Keep
a
pumping,
number of
baby.
products we weren't
It's
able
all about
to bring
sizing
because
to
it
stay
would be
alive.
exponentially too expensive. You know, 30%.
Where are you,
gas
ISIS?
paid to
There
the
we go.
government, and that is money that could have went towards bringing in more
Yeah.
products. Every day that they sit there, we are incurring storage fees, and
It's got a lot of blow-ups now. There's only,
warehousing
I think there's maybe like
companies are well
15
aware of
players
the
left.
situation, so there's a lot of price
New update.
increases, and then those costs get to a point where it's just
Still stuck
much too
bag holding.
expensive to
Damn
sell
it.
them, so we might have to. This has definitely been a large roadblock to the growth that we were experiencing prior to the tariffs. It is a Friday Halloween, so I do expect consumers to come to the stores. I don't think they will buy.
I want to
as
average
much,
down, but I'm
but
scared.
I do think that they will still continue to purchase
And that
celebrate
drop
the
again.
holiday.
After doing it all, a lazy boy recliner takes you from zero.
What's lower day? 24? I'll
Melting it
buy
all
one
the
at
way with comfort
25.
that
Orders
doesn't quit.
submitted.
Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. Go zero to lazy with full body comfort, fully made for you. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your
Orders
style?
submitted.
Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's
Order
Retirement
filled.
Survival
Order
Guide,
filled.
featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook,
Orders
plus the Fisher
submitted.
Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will
Oh man, I just went long on the other Pro and it's red. Holy shit.
give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And
Or I might lose
fees
200.
So we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track.
Wow.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more,
Alright, now I
call
have.
Fisher today.
Yeah. That's
1-800-213-5317.
it's toast.
Everything into
I'm not
getting it
gonna
right.
future
From
eval
launches
gonna
to
blow up
milestones
soon and
to
gonna
team
pump.
recognition.
Wow.
expert support, quality products, and on-time delivery. 4imprint makes sure your brand shows up strong. Visit 4imprint.com. 4imprint for certain.
Get exclusive
Made a
reporting
bounce.
and data on high net worth investors, family offices, and alternative investments from the foremost authority on
We
private
might
wealth.
lose 200 though.
More than $100 trillion will pass to younger generations. But today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Oh my
Get the
god.
newsletter and special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
August and September have had a history of underperformance in the stock market.
There we
Are
go.
there
200
sectors
gone.
or types of
That's the
stocks
average
that
down.
could buck the
And
trend
all my
this time
pros are
around?
red.
We're going to speak with one expert who's looking at places that may be relatively immune to downside volatility. Tune into our Market Navigator segment later on today on Power Lunch to find out where they may be, 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Ouch.
Order filled.
Schwab is now powered by American,
Order canceled.
giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills
544
with tailored
and
education. Get an
224.
expanding library filled with new online videos,
Order
webcasts,
submitted.
articles,
Wow. Why can't I get this dumped yesterday when I was short? Easy. And then back at over over 100 points. Wow. Should just follow the bot.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify.
Holy
The
shit.
world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com. Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Healthcare, the second worst performing sector this year, and one of just 3 in the red since January. That's thanks to big drawdowns for the health insurers, with names like
Order
Centene and
submitted.
United Health cut in half over
I
that.
said 150 was the next target. Yeah, we're close to it too. Wow.
Nearly 5% after beating earnings estimates on the top and bottom line. The company raising its full year earnings guidance. Joining us now
Order
is BMO
filled.
Managing Director and Head of Healthcare Research, Evan David Siegerman. Thank you for being here, David. So
Order
they hiked their forecast despite President Trump's calls to lower drug prices as well as tariffs on
Order filled.
pharmaceuticals imported into the
Average
country,
down.
potentially more tariffs to come.
Order
Do you think
filled.
these policies are variables that could
Order
change
canceled.
that outlook?
Well, first of all, I think Pfizer typically has pretty conservative guidance at the beginning of the year. Remember, a few years ago, they had to cut their guidance.
Order
They don't want to do
submitted.
that again. So I'm encouraged with the
Wow.
progress that we're seeing in the first half of the year. Of course, raising earnings raising full year earnings is great. And I think that they are factoring in these potential tariffs. Obviously not good for the sector, but I think they're managing them well.
What were some of the key drivers in the quarter from their drug assortment that helped lead to some of the revenue growth that we saw, and what were some of the detractors that concern you?
Well, first of all, they are doing a really good job at expense management. That's one of the key initiatives by CFO Dave Denton. He really believed that the expense base was too great to support the revenue base that they had. So he's done a really good job of cutting expenses. And beyond that, key products like Vyndaqel,
Yes.
some of their
I'm stuck in a wall.
main growth drivers are also doing very well. So that really creates a great setup for the back half of the year.
Wow.
Which said it wouldn't move its pain treatment into further testing. Was this a surprise to you? The market seems like
Yeah,
it
no
is.
way I'm gonna
This was a
reset
surprise,
any more
and looking at
150K.
the
I'm about to blow
we
that
are actually
already.
in the red for the year. It's one of the best performers in
I'm down
biopharma.
600 bucks on my
Investors
25K
had hoped that
TPT.
they were going to build on their currently
Brutal.
asset genetics in the pain space, but this phase 2 trial really didn't show any efficacy, and it's a kind of back to the drawing board to figure out what's next in their pain portfolio.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What does happen next, and particularly as it pertains to pain management?
Right. Well, they are selling a drug called Journavx in the acute pain space. They do still have a trial going on with this next gen asset. But when we spoke to management yesterday, they are looking at
earlier development products to potentially move those forward. But there was a lot of question marks just around,
Come on,
you
give
know,
me
what's
200.
next. And unfortunately, I think that's what's driving the reaction. You have uncertainty from management, and you know that uncertainty spooks the market.
David, just coming back to, you know, Pfizer, Merck kind of setup here. The market's treating these as kind of runoff business. It's like 8 times earnings. Are people just afraid of the fact that earnings power is going to be, you know, lower persistently in the future, or is there actually a value opportunity here?
Well, I think when you look at Merck, for
Wow.
example, you have a big LOE with the Keytruda franchise. That's a potentially $30 billion franchise that's going to have biosimilar competition by the end of the decade. So that's a big issue. We don't have assets that are going
No.
to allow them to grow. When it comes to Pfizer, they have similar issues with LOEs from Eliquis, Xtandi, you know, Xeljanz, for example. It's more of a death by, you know, 5 cuts versus 1, but they still need to invest and create new assets and grow them to grow the business, and that's where the concern is coming from.
Yeah, Evan, I mean, you look at 20 years of Pfizer and you get nothing in terms of the performance of the stock price. They spent a lot of money on Seagen. What are we seeing there, or what are our expectations in terms of perhaps contributing to that growth you're talking about?
Well, I think you know, PADCEV is a really interesting growth asset. Back when they acquired it, there was some really good leverage into that. You know, we've actually been a little disappointed, to be honest, with Seagen. You know, there's a lot of interesting assets, but when I ask them about what's really important, aside from PADCEV, I don't get a clear answer. So we're waiting to see what that looks like. And yes, that is a bit of criticism, and I'd love to really understand what's exciting them more and for them to be more clear.
Yeah, certainly a dynamic space these days. Evan, thanks for joining us today.
Order
Thank you for
submitted.
having me.
When we come back, President Trump calling out
Order
JP
filled.
Morgan and Bank of America over
You still holding Gambit?
against conservatives. What the banks are saying in
Order
response
filled.
is next. And don't forget, catch Squawk on the Street anytime.
Order
anywhere.
submitted.
Listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street podcast. We are back in a moment.
Real-time exchange sector report is sponsored by Sector
Connection
Finder
lost.
ETFs.
Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost. Order filled.
Wow, my Ninja Tread is messing up.
Order filled.
It's just too big. Bring on the double.
Order
My
filled.
hospital stay. Aflac Health
Keep on disconnecting me in and out.
Health insurance didn't cover.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah, I can't average down anymore.
Smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike
I'm
Charlotte
sure.
AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer, so you can build for tomorrow.
Okay, now we
with
know a
confidence
lot,
and
actually.
efficiency, and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
After my health scare last year, I can't help but wonder if they'd be okay without me.
We still need to get life insurance. They need this. It's a smart financial move
Order
that helps
submitted.
protect their future.
I'll get coverage now.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Allison and Michael have been in their home for 10 years. Their bathroom.
Are you short?
I like doing home projects. Would have definitely taken me.
Let me dump already.
longer than we
Get a pump. I think 3 minutes is over so now. Let me see. Yeah, 3 minutes and over so it might bounce a little bit.
By dinner time, we had our bathroom.
There are places no cell network can reach. Trust me, I've been there. That's why T-Mobile now has a cell network with 600 dedicated satellites that automatically connect to your phone. Verizon doesn't even have 10. And when you try to connect to them, you got to wave your arm around like this, looking all goofy. So, join T-Mobile. Come out to the middle of nowhere. When you get here, drop me a text saying,
Oh shoot, I didn't even touch my Trade. Trade. Give me a new lower day.
Order submitted.
Wall Street Journal reporting that the Trump White House is preparing an executive order to punish
Order
banks
submitted.
over perceived discrimination
Nice.
against
Keep pumping.
conservatives. President Trump was asked about the so-called debanking issue earlier on Squawk Box.
They did discriminate. I had J.P. Morgan Chase. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. I could see if they want to, if they want to do something bad because you don't have any money and you defaulted and you this.
Oh, which size? The 25K?
An example. I had hundreds of millions. I had many.
Oh yeah, those are small. How about your 150K? Are you good on the eval or no?
I'm sorry, sir. We can't have you. You have 20 days to get out.
I need 199 to get out my pro. I was down
I
a
call
lot.
Bank of America routinely because when I was president, this was after I got out, but I call up Bank of America routinely, and I speak to him, and I speak to a couple of people, and
Don't.
they have
I wanted this yesterday, like a pullback, but no dip yesterday. But now it's just weak.
And when I called him after I was president,
Makes no sense on this market.
$1 billion plus and a lot of other things. More importantly, to open accounts, which banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest free.
Yeah.
The overnights and things, a lot of reasons for it, but they like accounts. I had hundreds of accounts. And
Yeah, August's not
said,
starting out that
"We
great for
can't
me.
do it. No, we can't do it.
I still don't understand why we pumped so much yesterday. With there was like no good news or anything. But today, this is how Friday was. Keep going down.
We did receive a
But then I'm
response
stuck in the
from
long.
JP
It's so
Morgan, which
stupid.
says, quote, "We don't close accounts for political reasons, and we agree with President Trump that regulatory change is desperately needed. We commend the White House for
this is
addressing
bad.
this issue and look forward to working with them to get this right." A lot of this, guys, boils down to the issue of kind of regulatory opacity over who banks can have as customers and not run afoul of certain anti-money laundering rules and know your customer rules. And so indictments and individuals who have been indicted is one of those kind of gray areas that they would get concerned about. There's no hard and fast rule necessarily that they can't bank indicted individuals, but it's something that, if they want to be conservative, if they want to be prudent, they may say, unfortunately, we can't bank you, we can't provide services to you as a result of all of this. So, given President Trump was indicted following January 6th, perhaps
He was indicted in a lot of different places, but he was only convicted in one,
right,
in New York. I don't know if that was the reason.
And my understanding was that it was the indictments alone that were enough
to trigger that in terms of what he was. Well, there was also talk when this issue was sort of surfaced by the White House months ago that, you mentioned it's a gray area and you may have regulators, either explicitly or not telling banks, err on the side of don't take a certain kind of business, not that it was a decree.
Exactly. And so crypto is one of those areas where historically banks have not been sure what to do about that, whether it's to bank crypto companies.
Ooh, top steps on. Let me try to code again. Yes, I tried to code it, didn't work. For top step.
So that's an example of that. But they may also be conservative. They may also be, religiously affiliated somehow. So oftentimes there are a bunch of different variables at play.
And a lot of talk about how that's sort of behind, the Trump family's interest in crypto, really, and their big push into it. They found themselves without other, traditional places to go.
Right.
They found a lot of places to go now. Yeah. Mike, we are seeing kind of significant weakness in banking. Any thoughts?
I think well, first of all, they were big yesterday. I think it was the ISM services number.
Right.
Yeah, that coupon doesn't work.
Because you get the kind of the services PMI at 945, and it looked like it was actually an upside surprise. We rallied on it, and now we've come back in. Yesterday's action was very much, I think, just sort of this. A little bit of an instinctive impulse to buy the dip. A lot of the retail-focused names really running.
That's still lame with
the
top
big
step.
NASDAQ stocks again. Sort of like a muscle memory type of thing. And now,
They have a 25% off. You use that dash 25.
We have, we turned around. significant recession as a result.
Yeah, we keep changing the story from the economy strong enough to deal with no rate cuts to, oh no, maybe we'll get a rate cut in September and therefore we can make it through this soft patch. So the bulls keep telling themselves sort of a different narrative depending on the day.
Bad news is good news, good news is bad news, good news is good news, bad news is bad news.
All right, Mike, thanks for being here. As always, Mike Sanford.
Come on, give me a pump. Me and Gambit need to get out. Gambit, get ready to get out. I need 99 and 224. I need a lot of shit. We just need to get over 200. It's not going there. I'll take 210.
Order canceled.
Let me get out at 201. If I can make a couple of dollars.
Order submitted.
Come on, get me out. 2 minutes to the giveaway. I would love 250. Why did we short with the bot? I was short with the bot too, man. I was short at 360. I was like, oh.
GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers'
Ismail, I think.
Shopping for goggins for their noggins.
And I had a good short. It's like, oh, bot short 314. I'm short at 360. I got this. And I was deep red and got green and I got out. I should just trust the bot.
And people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have
Trust
an
the bot.
reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes.
Trust the bot.
Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems.
Take it.
Taking Mounjaro with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, and before scheduled procedures with anesthesia.
Keep paying everybody.
Nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may cause kidney problems. I can do diabetes with Mounjaro. Pay as little as $25 per month. Ask your doctor about Mounjaro.
Wow, go back down.
Their reward.
Let me post this giveaway.
for plant-based,
Damn it,
healthy blood
dip
pressure
again.
support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
The first day back from maternity leave is so weird. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. Join now for 20% off care.com.
Ooh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. We just got our life insurance through Ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes. That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
Got a new car.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
And man, existing
Looking for
car.
another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last. Smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by
A lot of
dental
stuff. I still haven't got out yet. Never made to the
engineering research and a lifetime
the
warranty
drop.
on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life.
Yeah, I need
Schedule your
T24.
free consultation today.
Yeah,
What do you make of this? A resurgence in meme stocks. Some of these traders,
that's gonna go up
one
more.
of these hits the most propensity to run.
Over the 9-hour, the Buddha
Yeah.
I called it a kabuki bid. There was a report Berkshire Hathaway owned railroad BNSF was looking into it.
Trying to delete this Top Step shit. Don't let you delete the credit card.
Take that off the list at least for now.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC.
Dude, I shorted. I got out because people got me panicked.
Yeah, my boy. Keep up, man.
Some nights call for the grandest of stages. Other nights for something more special. Because sometimes the best seats aren't in the house. Introducing the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium concert sound, a world-class venue wherever your journey takes you.
Jason, fire department coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends with the products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Agredo.
Yeah, it's nothing scammy with Top Step, man. I even put in a fake credit card. I still can't delete the older one. Yeah, don't use that shit before you get hacked.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
How many more minutes we have on the giveaway? We got 12 minutes left. Not that many people on there. There's only 26 raffle tickets. Guess 50 points is a little hard.
This is growing business. The real thing. You know, wealth isn't won in a bet.
Still dropping.
Strategy and success depend.
Let me go down to lower day. We hit 138.
Order submitted.
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian
Yeah.
coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are
$280.
Experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin.
Yeah, I have an average down too at lower day. My pro, my 150k eval about to blow. Same with my 25k. If it drops more. Yeah. I'm done resetting it now.
706353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now. Weeknights.
This may mark a whole new phase of the bull market, a phase of ludicrous valuations. You have to hope that thing was a one-and-done bout of enthusiasm. It just can't be the norm.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com/plus now. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Small business owners, you gotta stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com. And what you're gonna get there is a trusted financial partner. So you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
When I started building Goggins goggle glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
If you have this, and you get
I don't get
this,
people to retweet this shit. Cops that need to fix this. This is some stupid ass shit.
out-of-pocket costs, which for those on Medicare or soon to be is a good reason to take charge of your health care. So consider this: an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. Why? Because Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything. And what it doesn't pay for, like deductibles and copays, could really add up, even thousands of dollars a year. Medicare supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't, and making your out-of-pocket costs a lot more predictable.
Damn, I short again. I'm long again.
And ask for your free decision guide. Learn more about
Yeah, that drop is huge.
Now, if you like this, greater freedom, you'll love that Medicare supplement plans have no networks and no referrals needed. See any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S.
Order
as long
Oh,
as they
new
accept
lower day. I'm fucked.
Order submitted. These types of plans also give you more
Wow.
flexibility when traveling in the U.S. Your plan goes with you anywhere you
Need
go in the
lockouts. I
country.
don't touch this one.
Even better, these are the only
Holy
plans of their kind, endorsed by AARP.
Yep, I'm about to blow. 150 evals gone. I got $100 left on the thing. Damn. The buffer.
Medicare supplement plan. Order canceled. Of your healthcare today.
That's a huge drop.
Order submitted to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare supplement plan.
Wow.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini. Here's another beauty tip. Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on
Me blown on the 25K too. On the eval.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
800, 900. I need it bounce. So now I have 3 MNQ on this Pro, so I need 195 to get out. I think I can get out later. Yeah, that's with 3.
Order submitted.
Today is not good. the good job, dude. Congrats.
Last year, we helped small business owners fall asleep. This year,
Sorry, Sean, you didn't have the points. My bad.
meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
Craig, is this magic?
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet. Don't worry about saying it.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify.
Okay, spell plan.
Sell everywhere people shop. And never miss a sale for the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify.
Oh,
Start
give me
your
this
free trial
pump.
today.
Let me get out first.
Woohoo! Because when
Go.
you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize
I'm still streaming, so get your points in. We'll get some more giveaways tomorrow, guys. We got tons of freebies this month. Yeah, no more cash. I gave out too much cash already, dude. But we can do... No, I want to wait for Lucid this weekend. Oh, Monday. We'll do Lucid. You'll love it on Monday. Promise.
not go out and buy shares anymore. I just buy options.
You're considering learning from God for options, a no-brainer. You're learning from guys with 25 plus years in business.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it. Get your free copy while they last at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with iSurvey, you can... Ask your doctor about iSurvey. iSurvey is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. iSurvey is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. iSurvey can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. iSurvey may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. iSurvey is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve your vision longer. iSurvey gets GA going slow. Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about iSurvey today. Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes that makes sense of nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Hey, FX, what is it? That ETF thing should be this Friday, okay? Congrats, Zoe. I got 15 minutes left before I end the stream.
CNBC Plus.
Oh my god, I want to attempt to long again another
Order
account.
filled.
Oh shit.
Mom, Dad, let me give you a ride home.
Is this yours?
So, of course, my agent
Order
doesn't tell me
filled.
that I'm going to be working like a bird that day. When I get to set, the Wrangler's yelling at me like, don't
Order submitted.
Why did you pay for dinner?
Yeah, I shouldn't touch my TPT anymore.
The high yield cash account's a
I
no-brainer.
need to get on the
I
other
know
one.
my money's worth.
Well, one of them, but the other one's still down 400. I need
Anytime I
195 to
It's
get
very
out.
simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
Yeah, long way, buddy.
Order submitted.
I hope so. I had to pick them up at 12, so I'll probably leave like at 11:30.
Fresh food plans keep dogs moving and shaking. Get 50% off your first box.
I just put a
Only at the farmer's
take
market.
profit in. If it blows, it blows.
Customate takes care of everything we need, so we can focus on
Nah.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high quality custom apparel, accessories, and
You
promo
don't
packs.
think it's gonna. Well, 15 minutes y'all look. It's gonna drop more. But 3 minutes is oversold, so I'm just hoping to bounce and get me out of here.
Branded gift, guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. That's the certainty of 4imprint. Check out 4imprint.com. 4imprint for certain.
I need $600 on day trade to get a
Is their
payout.
advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations.
600 more.
And behind their advisor are Vanguard's
1,000.
institutional quality bond funds.
I got the small account, the 25K. I paid for 3 evals. I passed 3 evals, and so now I'm just trying to get a payout. One of them's near payout now.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop.
Whoa. You see those guys. So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty normal. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Travel could be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo.
Alright, see you tomorrow, trader. I'm gonna end my stream too. Later, guys.
Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.